We'll get started here and welcome everybody to the late fall meeting of the Science Advisory Board. In addition to the folks present in the room today from the board, we're joined online on the webinar by Jamie DeWitt from Oregon, Rich DiGiulio from Durham, and Elena Kenyon as well. And board member Detlef Knappe may be joining from time to time. He's at a conference in Baltimore and said he would potentially be joining as well. So we have good attendance in person and virtually. I'll start by thanking Dr. Franny Nilsson for her work with the heads of the departments that we serve in crafting the agenda today. Thank you. And also to Stephen Rice for running the webinar. If there's any questions from anybody online regarding access to the webinar, drop it in the Q&A or let Stephen know. And thanks to Paula as well. I think she stepped out, but thanks to Paula for the logistics of getting us together regarding the room, parking, refreshments. Thanks so much. A couple of reminders for those in the room that the mics are live. The meeting is recorded. It's also being broadcasted through the webinar. So when you want to talk, speak into the microphone, speak clearly for the recording and for those listening. And when you're not speaking, maybe push the mics away. Sometimes it helps to identify who's speaking for the benefit of those that can't see. And if the question was quiet in the room, maybe go ahead and rephrase the question or repeat the question for the sake of those following along and then for the recording later. So I think that's all the compulsory circle type things here at the beginning. We would move on to reviewing and approving the agenda. And I will note that the one that I sent you has one change. And that change is that item 7 previously, which was a presentation from scientists with NIEHS on the fluoride monograph, that is not going to occur. But that topic will still be covered. We'll simply move into DHHS's presentation, which was the next item on the agenda. So no overview presentation of the monograph that we've reviewed, but the subject is still there. That's the only change of which I'm aware. Let me check with Franny and see if there are any other changes that they'll, okay. So that's the only change from the agenda that you were provided last week. Any questions about the agenda or other changes before we vote to accept it? Then it would be appropriate to entertain a motion to accept the agenda as modified and as shown on the screen here. So moved. Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? And anyone abstaining? I didn't quite hear from folks on the phone, but for Elena, Rich, and Jamie, agenda approval okay with y'all?
Yes, fine with me.
Yes.
And Elaine, if you're talking, you might be on mute, but I did hear from Jamie and Rich. Thank you. And just in case there's a difficulty with Elena hearing us, if you can hear us, but we can't hear you, remember that Stephen Rice is monitoring the Q&A. Oh, I see you're off mute now.
I can hear you. I approve.
Oh, great. Thank you. Well, if at any time there's a difficulty with connectivity, please use the chat to let us know so that we can make sure that you're well virtually included. So the agenda is approved. We'll move on to the ethics statement. And let me ask, is the agenda as approved now, will that be freshened up on the website?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So the ethics statement is the same one that we always review at this point of the meeting. Let me call it up and I'll read it.
Oh, sorry, I'm not.
That's all right. I've got it here. Got a few too many windows open. In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it's the duty of every board member to avoid both conflicts of interest and the appearances of conflict. If any board member has any known conflict of interest or is aware of facts that might create the appearance of such conflict, with respect to any matters coming before the board today, please identify the conflict or the facts that might create the appearance of a conflict to ensure that any inappropriate participation in that matter may be avoided. If at any time any new matter raises a conflict during the meeting, please be sure to identify it at that time. So I'll pause and see if there's any conflicts or appearances of conflict that folks would like to declare.
Hey, Tom, this is Jamie.
Morning.
I would just like to share that, good morning. I would like to share that I receive federal and state funding to study the toxicity of PFAS, and I do serve as a plaintiff's expert witness in cases involving PFAS.
All right, thank you. Don't think we have any PFAS items coming to a vote today, just items for discussion, so we'll welcome your participation to the extent that you're comfortable. Anyone else? John?
Tom, this is John Vandenberg. Yes, I've been serving as an expert witness for the North Carolina Department of Justice on 1,4-dioxane in drinking water.
And I think the agenda item for 1,4-dioxane is crafting a charge, hearing a request from DEQ, and then making sure that we're clear on what the charge will be. So to the extent that you're comfortable participating in that, that's the extent, I think, of the decision making today. Any others online or in the room? Great. And we're moving expeditiously through our agenda at item number 4, which is to review the draft minutes from the August meeting. Those were distributed by me last week. They have links to all of the talks. We received no comments on them since last week. Does anybody have any corrections, additions, suggestions before we entertain a motion to approve them as drafted? All right. Well, then I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes as circulated.
So moved.
Thank you, Tom. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? And anyone abstaining?
I did not participate, so I'm abstaining.
Great, that'll be noted. Right, well, those are approved with no objections and 1 abstention from John, who wasn't in attendance. And I'll ask that those also be moved to final on the board's website. Very helpful background for those that couldn't attend. All right, well, it's my pleasure to introduce DEQ Secretary Mary Penny Kelly, who was appointed by Governor Cooper as the secretary in September of this year. And she returns to lead a department where she has held several jobs previously. She has served as the general counsel, the assistant secretary for information and technology, as the chief deputy secretary, and also as a senior advisor for policy and innovation. So a public service person inside and outside government, returning now to lead a department where she has a lot of experience. Thanks so much for your time addressing the board today that works to serve the departments, including yours.
Thank you for having me. I think I was in a recent discussion and someone asked me, is there any job in the department at the executive level that you have not done? And I said, only if you make a new one up. So it has been good to return home. Just a little bit of more background on me. I did go to NC State and majored in biological sciences. So it's good to have true science agency recommitting and having this board advising on those deep issues that we, as executives can't always delve into, but I am eager to hear some of them today, and it looks like a full agenda. I've known some of you and worked with you when I was general counsel in particular. Tom and I were just talking about some of the fish issues that we dealt with contamination and natural resource damages. And Dr. Tilson, I think we worked on fish consumption advisories with Ward Transformer, which was PCBs and people fishing. So there's been a good overlap in those different roles, and I'm very eager to be back here leading the agency. And I thought, you know, with only literally 100 days left in the year when I was appointed, that it would not be a difficult job. It would be ribbon cuttings and speech making and introductions like this. But then 10 days into it, we had Hurricane Helene, and that has changed the entire complexion of this job. But it has also been a call to service, a deeper service that, you know, when people's lives are on the line, you know, our Marine Fisheries Patrol had actually just finished their Swiftwater certification this past year. So they were deployed out there and actually pulled people out of floodwaters. So, you know, it really, so the stories of that and the harrowing things where they've moved from the coast to the mountains to help people in that time of need is incredible. And I think that speaks to the level of commitment all of our staff has. That's just one example, but we've had water quality staff, air quality staff, waste management staff, all looking to the west and to other natural disasters and how do you come back from that. You know, nature's wrath can be very awesome and terrifying, but then the opportunity to build back and build in some resiliency is also interesting. It can also mean it highlights issues where contamination has come out through those disasters and highlight them. So I do see this as an opportunity as well as a challenge at this time period. And I see the staff just reacting so bravely to it and committed and long hours and bringing their skills and talents to bear. So couldn't be prouder of the work that all our public servants do, including you. In other news, as we sometimes say in cabinet, so we do Western Helene recovery, and then we say in other news, and then it's like the really other serious stuff we're doing, which is PFAS, 1,4-dioxane, some of these things that affect public health and that our citizens are want to hear about, want to know about, but are very fearful of. And so you have to really guard, make sure you're getting out very clear, reliable information and not letting it balloon. I think these days we are dealing with misinformation on a scale we've never seen before through social media and other channels that aren't as vetted or creditable as our peer-reviewed scientific literature. And so just want to pass it back to you to say thank you for the work you're doing, for digging deep into these issues, looking at that, and being one of those sources of really credible, trusted information. With that, thank you.
Well, thank you so much. We appreciate it. I'll remind folks, you know, that it is the Secretaries Science Advisory Board. When it was reformed in 2017, it was the Secretary of DHHS and DEQ at the time who formed a board, all of whom serve at the pleasure of the secretaries. So thanks so much for the continued support for science as applied to policy and management. We understand it's not a board of science for science sake. It's science that's useful for policy decision making and policy that's useful for environmental and human health management. And we appreciate the support and the comments. All right. We are ready for agency updates from the two agencies that we serve. And so I'll call first on Sushma Masemore, the Assistant Secretary of DEQ. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being here again. And our last meeting of the year, we've accomplished a lot this year compared to our previous years. But I wanted to summarize some of the things that has been going on in the department related to the topics that you have been helping us with. You know about the DEQ action strategy for PFAS. This is the roadmap that we developed a couple of years ago to prioritize protecting our communities, protecting our water resources, drinking water resources, and developing a regulatory pathway for reducing PFAS levels. We continue to work through that action strategy. Our goal has been to develop a data-driven regulatory framework that allows decision makers, as Tom said earlier, policymakers, to ensure that PFAS pollution is reduced across all environmental media. So related to that, we talked this year about a comprehensive multimedia PFAS data collection effort that our various divisions had been working on. One of that was related to sampling of all of our public water systems that were prioritized under the PFAS network as potentially having PFAS levels above the proposed MCLs, which are now finalized. Based on that assessment work that our staff did in consultation and in partnership with the utilities and the site owners, we determined that about 20% of all the systems that are out there, public water systems that serve all of our communities, have the potential to be exceeding the PFAS levels for which there are maximum contamination levels. These are the regulated drinking water standards that EPA issued in April of this year. That could mean that up to 3.5 million North Carolinians may have drinking water with PFAS levels above the MCLs. So this in turn has become our priority focus areas, not only in understanding who's affected, what kind of systems they are, what those systems will have to do to comply with the EPA requirements. First is the monitoring, reporting, and then developing plans to get into compliance. The affected systems, as I said, 20% of the ones that are out there would have to meet these MCLs by 2029, so 5-year compliance periods. But we know that these drinking water systems are receiving waters that are that have PFAS levels from existing contributions, but there are ongoing contributions occurring. So as a result, we talked to you about developing surface water standards and pathway towards avoiding adding additional PFAS levels. And that is within the purview of the Division of Water Resources and DEQ under the Clean Water Act. So under the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination Program, we have the authority to determine what concentrations of toxic chemicals are released in the environment that have the potential to affect downstream drinking water supplies and other uses of the waters. And so based on that connection, we proposed rulemaking for surface water standards for 8 PFAS to the Environmental Management Commission, which we let you know that was back in September of this year. The presentation of those regulatory impact analysis brought a lot of conversation and questions. And I don't know if we conveyed you what the result of that was, but in the September EMC Water Quality Committee meeting, they received our rulemaking package. They chose not to proceed at that time. They issued 2 charges to the division. One of that was gathering more additional information through the committee itself, because we had connected the discharge concentrations to public water systems benefits, as well as food supply and water quality benefits for groundwater systems. And they wanted additional information and learning, and ask other federal agencies for additional input as to how these concentrations are truly affecting food supply, fish, water quality, and drinking water resources. Parallel to that, they advised the department to come back with a different strategy for regulating these PFAS discharges in surface waters. And that strategy consists of source reduction minimization. We presented an initial idea concept in November. We're coming back in January with a little more concept, with more, the box, the scope and scale, and the requirements that the committee would like us to proceed with. And so we're working towards developing an associated rulemaking package for those sources. In general, what we're talking about is discharges that are from NPDES permit holders. These are industrial direct discharges, as well as publicly owned treatment facilities that receive input from their significant industrial sources. So I'm happy to answer any questions on this, but I just wanted to make sure you had a good closure on where things are moving on the surface water regulation side. On the groundwater regulations, you may recall that we had a parallel proposed rulemaking. The Committee for Groundwater chose to proceed with 3 of the 8 that we had proposed. Those 3 are PFOA, PFOA, PFOS, and Gen X. Those three chemicals are now part of a groundwater standard, and we just completed the hearings for that in the last 2 weeks. The hearing officers will then be presenting their findings at the hearing officer's report, and the committee will then deliberate over the report and make final recommendations to the full commission on the level of standard to set. In sort of summarizing how do we use this, these standards are typically used for compliance for cleaning up groundwater contamination. A link to this is last year we talked about our landfills that were required under our existing program to monitor groundwater and surface water and leachate for PFAS levels. We received all of those data, and out of that, about 24 or 24 or so landfills are identified as having high enough PFAS levels and also potentially affecting off-site receptors. So those landfills have been now issued a notice of regulatory requirement, we call it NOR, and based on their assessment, if they're required to clean up, these are the groundwater standards that they would have to clean up to. And these three pollutants also achieve additional co-benefits that when you reduce those higher chain compounds, you're going to reduce these other compounds also. So there's a long story behind that, but just want to let you know that those are the pathways that we have been working towards. And then finally, we always talk about the Comores implementation of the consent order. Our team here that you see and many, many others across the department continuously work on that consent order. The two biggest headlines that I wanted to give you is that in the past, we talked about the near site assessment of how far the contamination has spread and how many homeowners are getting tested and provided alternate drinking water supplies. All that is still continuing. We are working with the company to expand the full area of that contamination. And in the coming weeks, we're going to be able to share publicly what that full area looks like. It may include additional counties, and we'll be able to share with you in the next round that we are out there. Additionally, for the Lower Cape Fear 4 counties that we added 2 years ago, Comores has completed its hypothesis testing, and it has shown that the floodwater impacts and the contaminated groundwater, surface water and wastewater that could have leached out of piping connection systems have caused spreading of the PFAS in other areas. All of those confirmations are coming true. We're now working to figure out what that extent of that additional full area for testing would look like. And our team here is going to be summarizing a lot of that, and we'll be finalizing that in the coming months. And then related to the landfills, as I mentioned, you all had asked about Sampson County landfill. That particular site, we have a variety of things going on, including 2 permitting activities and off-site assessments. We're happy to provide additional information, but I didn't want to take up too much time in this case. And then finally, we talked a little bit in the past about climate pollution reduction activities with the department. CPRG is the grant program that EPA has provided funding to all states. We're going to be embarking on our final plan. It's called the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan that we'll be working with stakeholder communities to get out in the coming months. Related to the CPRG is the implementation. North Carolina received one of the largest coalition grant partnership, and we're really proud of the work that all of our state agencies did to get this. In essence, what this will be is allowing natural working lands in our state to be conserved, preserved, and managed for the protection of those areas that achieves long-term carbon sequestration and ecosystem enhancement and water quality improvement. And so through partnerships with NGOs and other partners across the state, this enormous foundational funding would be going towards protection of those natural working lands. in the next 5 years. So we'll be happy to provide additional information on that. And then finally, Governor Cooper's Executive Order 305 is related to that, which looks at the impact of federal and state regulatory changes that loses protection in some areas of the state. So our department is working with the academic community to look at the cost and benefits and socioeconomic impacts of potential losses to those areas. And that work is going to be executed in the coming year. Happy to answer any questions beyond that.
Well, thanks so much for the updates and also for closing the loops on actions that the board influenced earlier on. It's interesting to see how they turned out downstream. Are there any questions for Assistant Secretary Masemore? Viney, go ahead, and then John.
Thank you, Dr. Masemore, for this wonderful update. My question is really for the last issue that you alluded to briefly. That's the socioeconomic impact associated with. Is that socioeconomic impact broader than just Comores and the surrounding area, or it includes other places in North Carolina that people need to be concerned about?
Well, let me make sure we're clear on that. The study related to the cost-benefit analysis that I mentioned is related to the land masses that may not be under protection of federal and state programs.
Okay.
So it's more related to climate and natural working lands.
Okay.
And that work, you're right, it has never been done before, but all states are wrestling is what the valuation of those properties are, and if it is no longer under protection of state waters or federal waters, then what impact would that have on the economy and the community?
Thank you very much.
John?
Yes, thank you very much. It's a very interesting summary. The question I have is about your first topic, which was that there was a proposed set of rules to cover PFAS, I think. And the Environmental Management Commission said they did not want to proceed with that. Is that what you were saying? And they wanted you to do a different approach, but not set drinking water standards. Is that what I understood you to say?
So the rule package that contained the proposed surface water standards for PFAS relied on an analysis, a regulatory impact analysis that used certain assumptions and also based on data and information that protecting surface water would result in benefits to downstream drinking water systems, to groundwater systems, to recreational use, fish, and also crops and irrigation of that water. So when you look at all of those aspects, they felt like they needed more time and information to accept those findings. So one of them is the committee is looking at discussing with FDA as to what PFAS levels are truly in North Carolina's crops and food supply. And so they are looking into that, and Dr. Knappe just is releasing a paper, or has released a paper on North Carolina's, garden related backyard garden PFAS levels in crops and in garden sources. All of that is, we have a lot of site-specific, North Carolina-specific, rich data that could be used for answering the questions that the committee raised. We're hoping that they would continue on that path, but parallel to that, they've directed us to do an alternative proposal.
So do you have a sense of what time frame you're working with, or to go back to the commission for their consideration? Is it a year? Is it 2 years? Is it 6 months? Have a sense of that?
We are working on that as fast as we can. We still have a few questions on what is the committee's desire in terms of goals and timeline and who's in, what the requirements or reduction levels would be. It's not easy to develop a rulemaking package without those constraints well defined. We're hoping that in January that we can get those final answers and we can come back to the committee and the state with at least a proposed rule package in the following meeting or the meeting after that.
Thank you very much.
Let me ask if there's anyone on the phone that are the board members that have joined on the phone or by the webinar, if they have any questions before we move on. And I'll note that Dr. Knappe has been able to join, so you have 100% participation of the members today, which is great. Any questions from Jamie, Detlef, Elena, or Rich?
None for me right now.
Thanks, Jamie.
One thing
Not for me either.
Gotcha, Elena, thank you.
None here either.
Thanks, Detlef.
One last thing I'll add is the PFMOAA agenda item that's here. Just wanted to connect the couple other pieces with that. The Lower Cape Fear, as I mentioned, which is the New Hanover County, Brunswick County, Pender County, and Columbus County, all four of those counties that were part of this Comores consent order that brought in most of the homeowners that are affected by the consent order. That means they have levels of more than 10 or greater than 70 total PPT of concentration are triggered by PFMOAA concentrations. And as you know, we are really working hard to better understand the toxicity and the health impacts of that chemical because it is prevalent and is the prime cause of alternate water supply for those 4 county residents. And it'd be good to make some progress. So we look forward to working with you on that later today. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much.
Actually, that brings up a question I have, if I may.
Sure, Detlef, thanks.
It's related to alternative water supplies or treatment. Are those decisions made based on the initial appendix table? Was it C compounds, or is it now based on the extended list, the 3+ compounds?
So the compounds listed in the consent order and the attachment is what we continue to use. The only compound that is common with the ones that we're proposing is Gen X. And as you may recall, that the consent order refers to an advisory level or an MCL. And therefore, when EPA issued the 10 parts per trillion as its final MCL for the drinking water standard, that became the trigger point for the consent order also. So we have gone back with the company and looked at all of the well water data and any place that it was above 10 compared to the original advisory, which was over 100. Anywhere now that it's above 10, those homeowners are now eligible for alternate water.
So the one question I have there is in the initial consent order, there was one table. I think it was called like table C maybe. And then now there's a table 3+, and like one compound that got added was NVHOS. So if a compound like NVHOS is putting a well over the limit, would that now qualify the home for an alternative water supply?
No, the only compounds that activate the consent order are the attachment C compounds. So the 12 or 14, if you count the branched isomers, those compounds in that list are the ones that trip the consent order and lead to replacement drinking water. The table 3+ compounds are ones that they need to develop non-targeted or more targeted methods for. At the time of the consent order, those compounds did not have a consistent method to be detected by, and so they couldn't be used for replacement water.
Okay. That makes a big difference for quite a few people.
Yeah, maybe what we can do is that we can talk as to how prevalent that is occurring and what levels that that chemical is found.
Okay.
Maybe what I
Thank you.
could do is have Jared and Franny and I follow up with you separately to look at all of our data sets and see what the distribution looks like.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Sushma. We appreciate it. I'll call on Dr. Virginia Guidry, who's the branch head for occupational environmental epidemiology, to provide the update from DHHS.
Good morning,
morning.
everyone. Nice to be here with you all this morning. Just a couple of DHHS updates that I wanted to highlight for you all. First of all, we continue to be involved, as mentioned by Sushma with DEQ. We continue to be involved in the Hurricane Helene response and recovery. On the environmental side, or really the environmental health side, that's a lot of guidance for private wells. We've been offering free private well testing out in Western North Carolina. That's ongoing. And currently there's been about 6,600 kits that have been distributed and over 2,000 that have been tested at the state lab. There's also some other testing collaborations happening out in Western North Carolina as well. Testing primarily for bacteria in the drinking water from those private wells. And we are seeing about 40% have some bacteria in the wells, but only about 8% have E. coli, which is what's of greatest concern. And that's actually fairly typical for wells, you know, with or without a natural disaster. We also are working on septic system issues through our environmental health team and are in the early planning stages for a potential health needs assessment out in Western North Carolina that we'll be hopefully conducting in early 2025 to see what ongoing needs there are after Hurricane Helene. Regarding PFAS, we are working on and in the final stages, hopefully, for a PFAS and gardening fact sheet. So Sushma just mentioned, and Detlef has recently published a paper looking at PFAS levels in produce, and we have been working on a fact sheet based on the available information for folks who are gardening in areas with PFAS contamination. And we've been discussing that with various agency partners. We have reached out to the Department of Ag for their feedback as well. And that's ongoing. So hopefully we'll have that finalized and posted pretty soon to provide that resource for folks. Kennedy Holt, our environmental toxicologist, is also presenting tomorrow at the PFAS Summit that Michigan holds each year. And he's going to be presenting on considerations for fish consumption advisories. As you know, DHHS puts out the fish consumption advisories, and we have ongoing work in collaboration with DEQ along those lines as data become available. On some other topics, we are continuing to establish our new wastewater surveillance center of excellence. That's a partnership with DHHS, which includes both our epidemiology section and the state lab, as well as UNC Chapel Hill as an academic partner, and then the Orange Water and Sewer Authority as our utility partner. So that Center of Excellence is ongoing. That's funded by CDC, National Wastewater Surveillance System. And we are currently testing for COVID, flu, RSV, Mpox. And as we are monitoring for H5. And so as we get flu A positives, we then send those samples to UNC to do further testing, looking for H5 in the wastewater. So we're continuing to monitor for that. We are also onboarding our new climate and health lead. That's Nikhil Kothakal. He comes to us from UNC, where he's finishing up his doctorate in environmental sciences and engineering, and brings experience working on climate and health issues out in Eastern North Carolina. So we're very excited to have him join our team. And then the last thing I'll just mention is the Governor's Environmental Justice Advisory Council, which I've mentioned to you all before. I co-chair that along with Jim Johnson from UNC. We had our last meeting of the year last night. We just put out in October a report to the governor with recommendations on next steps for environmental justice in North Carolina. Governor Cooper did actually attend part of the meeting last night. He came by and you know, acknowledge that work that's coming out and obviously the transition that's occurring there. And part of what that Environmental Justice Advisory Council has helped to pull together is an environmental justice hub that has data pulled from across state agencies, including DEQ, DOT, DHHS, and others, to pull all of our environmental and health data together into one place. And so that is a first version of that is now available online, and we'll be continuing to revise that going forward. So that's one of the outcomes of the EJ Advisory Council so far. So with that, I will pause and see if there's any questions on those updates.
Thank you. Are there questions for Dr. Guidry? I see none in the room, but just hang on a second and we'll see if there's any questions from the panel, from the members joining online.
This is Elena. Can Detlef make his paper that's just come out available to all of us on the board?
I don't know. Let's ask him.
I'm happy to email it out to the board members, yes.
Oh,
I've
thank
shared
you.
it with DEQ and DHHS, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'd appreciate seeing that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on this particular issue of PFAS, the board's pretty well positioned to work in support of the department with some well-renowned exposure expertise and some well-renowned hazard expertise. So that's been a productive line of work over the last few years. Any other questions for Dr. Guidry? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I think that moves us to the first item of new business on the agenda, which is a dive into fluoride in drinking water. And Dr. Guidry is going to be our speaker again on this topic, but while she's getting any slides teed up or ready for that, let me just give you some background as I see it, which is that this issue was first brought to the full board's attention at the August meeting. Dr. Guidry gave us a presentation on Session Law 2024-1, which the legislature directed the Science Advisory Board to review the NTP's draft 2022 monograph on fluoride in drinking water, a synoptic review. It also asked the Science Advisory Board to determine whether the information in that report was sufficient to determine a linkage between fluoride exposure in drinking water and health outcomes, to make a report to the General Assembly by December 1st, to make a recommendation in that report regarding the appropriateness of the existing health protective standard, and depending on what our recommendation was, potentially to direct DHHS for additional actions. So a lot that was directed to the board to do between August and a deadline of early December. So the staff dug into that, and importantly, the bill focuses on a draft 2022 report. Well, that came out final in August 2024. So that's been the focus of the review and the reason that we heard about it at the August meeting and moved on it at that time. A portion of that final document, though, was excerpted from the draft to come out as a subsequent meta-analysis. Some of the same authors, but a different component. And that's not yet available. That's still in press. So that's the background of where we are right now. DHS provided a draft report, which we circulated to you all on November 8th. Very much appreciate the quick turnaround and comments on that in order to try to meet the legislative deadline of December 1st. And your feedback was very helpful in crafting next steps that brings us to Virginia today. Any questions about that background or anything that you would add, Virginia, as somebody who's closer to it than us?
Well, I was going to provide very similar recap in my slides.
It'll still be helpful.
Yeah, we can just proceed. Should I go ahead maybe? And
Is there a timeline for the meta-analysis release?
we don't know when that will be released yet. Said the fall. Do you have any information?
On a briefing I saw or heard yesterday, they said in the next month was expected. Yeah.
Yeah, I think on the NTP website, it says early 2025. So.
All right. Well, with that background, we'll turn it over to you. And if any of that comes up again, it'll just be helpful reinforcement. I do feel like, this is one of those things that usually we're responsive to things that are brought to our attention by the agencies. In this case, it came kind of in a hurry from the legislature. So all that background, if you hear it again, it'll be great.
Well, thanks for that, Tom. And I just really want to start by saying thanks to you all for the review that you provided back in November when we sent materials out. Really appreciate the time that was spent to review things and send us comments and help to inform this work. So, just, Tom just gave us a quick recap. When I presented in August, I was sharing the preliminary report that came from DHHS to the legislature in February 2024. There was an initial request there, which basically said it's premature to provide final recommendations. There's more information coming. So then the legislature updated the legislation and put out another request that asked for that to be addressed by SAB. So we talked about that in August and acknowledged that we were awaiting the report from the National Toxicology Program. And as Tom just mentioned, part of that did come out, the monograph. The meta-analysis is still pending. And so we drafted a legislative response in November and collected feedback on that and then amended it for discussion today. So I'll share more about that with you. And this is really just for reference. This is the legislative request, which we've already reviewed in August. So I won't spend any time on that. And, just again, showing the National Toxicology Program webpage where this information is available. And you can see now that it says the State of the Science monograph is available. Of course, if you go further down the page, it talks more about the pending meta-analysis. There was a webinar yesterday from NTP. I'm glad to hear that some folks on the board were able to catch that. And one of the things that was mentioned in that webinar is one, the meta-analysis that is forthcoming and just kind of reviewing what was in the monograph thus far. And so we'll see. Hopefully that meta-analysis will come out here in the next month or so, and then we can take a closer look at that. Anything anyone wants to add, Betsy?
The only thing I would add is, one, that webinar was recorded. And so we've talked about making sure that SAB members who weren't able to join could have access to that as well. And then what they also said, and I was able to catch the first 40 minutes or so, that in the meta-analysis, that what they referenced was that there's actually additional studies and more recent studies that are included in the meta-analysis that weren't included in the monograph, which was, I think, an important piece of information because the legislature says specifically review the monograph and any other related articles. So this meta-analysis, I think, is going to be a really important piece, and it'll be corresponding, but I think additional to the monograph.
And I think just to kind of go back a slide for a second, just to underscore that the monograph and the meta-analysis are looking at fluoride exposure and cognitive effects. We are thinking about oral health and cognitive health. And so it's not there, this work is not answering that question of cost benefit. It is simply focusing on the neurodevelopment and cognitive effects. So more to come on that. So our draft legislative response, which was revised and just shared with you all, I think on Monday. I'm basically going to present the highlights from that. It's a one-page response. It was requested to be provided to the legislature by December 1st, but since this meeting was so close to that date, we basically decided let's pull things together, discuss, and then we will share our response. So in that draft, some of the key tests includes, first of all, summarizing, that the NTP report was effectively split into two documents, mentioning the first that is now available, the monograph, and that the meta-analysis is still pending and not yet available as of today's date. And After consulting with you all, it has been determined that the meta-analysis is relevant to the requested assessment from the legislature and the resulting recommendations that were requested. And so since the meta-analysis is not yet available, we think that we aren't able to fully finalize the report with the recommendations and assessment at this time. So we would be submitting a preliminary report saying that we need to wait for the meta-analysis to complete that review. And so it will just be a preliminary report that we'll be sharing at this time. And that's basically where we stand based on that draft, the revised draft that was shared. And so I'll hand it back over to Tom.
Yeah. Can you call the draft up on the screen? Because just one point of clarification, and it's my fault, I didn't notice that the revised draft had moved to an actual document from concept. So that hasn't been shared yet with the board members.
Okay.
It's very short.
Yes.
If we can show it on the screen, I can pause and let people read it.
Yes. Let me consult with Franny on how to get that.
I can forward it to somebody if that helps, because I think I've got my computer
that
open.
might be best.
But while we do that, let me just point out again that, this isn't just saying we want more data. This is responsive to the legislative intent, which said review a draft 2022 report, which when it was final became broken into two component parts. So the DHHS isn't saying we want more data. We're saying that there's another half of the data that's responsive to your request.
So I think my recollection, Tom, is that Zach sent it to you Monday, so that might be the best place to find it, and then maybe forward it on. I'm not actually at my own computer. So
Whose computer is that Franny's? I can send it to whoever. I'm trying to get my jump drive out.
We're going to see who gets there first.
Do we know anything about these new studies that have not been incorporated into the meta-analysis at this point? Anything at all about potential exposure levels? Are they going to be basically as high as the ones that have been discussed in the report we've seen? Or
email it to you? Or just put on that?
I do not.
Or
know
lower?
the
Nobody
answer to
knows?
that.
Nobody's
I don't know
willing
if
to
it was
say?
discussed in the webinar yesterday.
It was, and John, I think you listened yesterday, didn't you? I think it was briefly mentioned, there's some other countries, data from other countries that are being included. They didn't specifically talk about that I picked up of the specific exposure levels, but a broader range of countries that they're pulling data from.
As I recall, some of the studies were higher, but some were definitely in the same neighborhood as what would be in the United States, including around 0.7 to 1. So not much different than, particularly the Canadian study, I think, is very consistent with 0.7 to 1 milligrams per liter. So that's kind of the study that's in some ways, in my mind, is very critical here, is the study from Canada.
Right.
But there were a number of new studies that had been added in just the last couple of years. And that was what was so striking, was it's about 9 different countries, I think, but not in the United States. But Mexico and Canada had studies that had shown changes in IQ based upon fluoride levels, both maternal urinary as well as in drinking water. There's a lot of new data there, and I think that's why this meta-analysis will be very important for us to see. That was my recollection.
And the interesting piece in Mexico, they also said that fluoride is added to salt in Mexico, not water. So I'm not sure how that will be pulled in.
So Tom, while this is being pulled up, would you anticipate, if the meta-analysis is available in the next month or so, that we would then revisit this at our next meeting in the beginning of April? Or would we do something sooner than that?
I think it would depend on the pace with which the agencies do their review first. We're fortunate to have in-house expertise epidemiologically, which is, what's driving this, as opposed to the whole animal studies. And if they get a chance to review it and want to tee up, a revised report like we had previously, and we could certainly meet between meetings. When we went to quarterly, we noted that if there's a pressing item, we can meet between meetings. So I think I'm wide open to either of those options, either reserving space for it in April or sooner if the pace of agency review makes that available.
That makes sense.
I take it that these newer studies have not yet been published?
I don't know.
Nobody,
Well, I think they've been,
I think
they've
they're-
been included.
they have been published?
Yeah.
Could we get a list of them?
And whenever they
Citations?
talk,
Hmm?
I don't have it, but they.
Oh, no, I'm not saying you do, but is it possible that we could get a list of the ones that haven't been included yet, but are published?
I think we could request that from the NTP authors.
I think it's a good idea too. That's one of the things that seems to have been value added by a lot of our work is when we've seen somebody else's document, but that they had a lock on the literature as of a certain date. We
Yeah.
can, that was one of the things that was done with 1,4-dioxane that we're going to talk about later was look at anything that happened subsequently. So yeah, I'll write that down as an action item, Tom.
Okay, thank you.
So can folks read this on the screen? And I can forward it to board members if you want to see it on your computer.
I can read it.
I'm going to give you a chance to read it. I'm just going to be quiet and have you a chance to read it. But before I be quiet, I'm going to say, so think about this as a procedural response because we had a December 1st deadline as opposed to a technical response that we started earlier. I think it's buying time and connecting the dots that we still have an outstanding piece of information.
So Tom, may I make a point about this first paragraph? Just to be clear about what the legislation is asking is it's not asking for a risk benefit analysis. It's just asking for, is the level protective and whether it should be lowered. Is that right?
Well, again, it asks for those 4 things that I mentioned. It asks us first to review the monograph, its citations, and other relevant studies. That's number 1.
Right.
Determine whether there's sufficient evidence exists for a linkage between
Fluoride.
children's health and fluoride in drinking water. Make a report to the General Assembly by December 1st. Include in that report a recommendation. And then depending on what the recommendations are, there's some other things that they said that you would do next. But the risk benefit analysis isn't part of it.
Okay. It's just that last sentence there is,
Which is,
a big jump forward. Is protective of public health and should be lowered. And 2 should be.
that's in the language.
Okay.
Is it and the right connecting word? Shouldn't it be or?
We don't have any choice about that, I don't think.
There it is. I mean, if it is protective, I don't see that there would be a reason to lower it. So if it's not protective, then it should be lowered. So it's either or, it's not and. To my way of thinking.
Yeah, it's and in the legislation.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at the actual legislation from the General Assembly website now, the final version.
Yeah.
So it's, we can make extra sure, in the final version of this, that it's explicitly cutting and pasting from
But you
and
could
not
also
their
put
words and
not.
not ours.
You could put not after is, and then it would sort of make sense.
I see a history, a future for you in the legislature.
When y'all are ready, Virginia can scroll down a little bit further as well. Because
Would you like comments on this now?
yeah, let me just look around and see if everybody's had a chance to read it. You good in terms of having read it? And just for clarity as well, are the folks that are on the webinar able to see this screen?
Yes, and I've had time to read it.
Okay, great. Sure, then I'll entertain questions. And again, the action here is we want to be responsive to the legislature by, on or near December 1st. And instead of the technical feedback that was requested, we have a procedural response, which is the task isn't quite ripe for closure yet. And so I think our goal is to see if we can get to language that we'd be comfortable saying, yep, send that report today. So with that, I'll entertain questions on it, starting with John.
Thank you very much, John Vandenberg. So I agree with what it says here. I just have one word I would suggest considering taking out, which is the fifth line down on that long paragraph there, where it says meta-analysis of the research articles relevant to this topic, to take the word the out. Some might read that as being it's the research articles from the monograph, but in fact, I think some of the monograph may be augmented by additional articles in the meta-analysis. That was my understanding from yesterday. Was that yours as well?
That was my understanding.
Yep.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions or comments on the revised draft report? So I see none in the room. I'll look around and I'll hold a space here for the folks on the webinar. Offer any questions or concerns or suggestions on the language that's on the screen. Revised draft report. Well, hearing none, is it helpful to the agencies if there's a board endorsement of this revised report now rather than waiting to do the technical analysis later in order to be responsive on or near the deadline?
I think that would be helpful.
All right, then I'd entertain a motion as such.
So moved.
And the so moved would be endorsement of the language as depicted on the screen for the revised report?
As it stands with John's correction.
I got it. Thank you. And a second?
I may.
Excuse myself.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this item? Any further discussion?
So just to be clear, is to take the word the out. Otherwise, that's the motion, right? Okay.
Yep. That's depicted on the screen and with your correction. All right. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And anyone abstaining?
I abstain.
And Dr. Tilson will abstain as well.
Let me just check with the folks on the phone because I heard Rich. Thank you. I didn't hear overtly from Jamie if she's still on, or Detlef, or Elena.
I'm an aye.
Thank you, Detlef. We got that. And is Jamie still on? And Elena?
Jamie might not be able to respond in the next 15 minutes. She's listening.
I gotcha. Be safe in transit. How about Elena? You can use the chat feature if that's helpful. Let me ask again, Arlene, are you able to hear the discussion now? Well, even with the abstentions and the fact that there were no negatives and the affirmatives, we have a motion that passes, and I can double check with the two folks that weren't able to weigh in and ensure that there wasn't any concerns. All right, well, I consider that business done then, that passes. And thank you. And I apologize for the clunkiness of it with the revision that I missed on Monday in terms of sending it out and having to read it now. It might be helpful, though, in the time that we have to think about a path forward. So meta-analysis becomes available. We find out, as Dr. Starr recommended, what the additional studies are. And, if possible, go ahead and circulate those. And then what do you think is going to happen? The agency is going to take a look at them first and prepare a report for the SAB's review, or how would you envision it happening?
I mean, I think if doing that would be consistent with our approach that we've had so far. I think it's important to be, transparent with all the information that's available. And, we want you all to be able to review the studies and the information, of course. But maybe we'll, again, take the lead on drafting a response for consideration by the SAB.
Great. Yes, John, go ahead.
So I don't know the nature of all the comments that you received, but I know that I had suggested that there be more depth to the basis for the recommendation. So do you anticipate adding more in terms of what the basis is for your conclusions or recommendations?
I think we can certainly, take that back to the team that's been working on that and consider that. So thank you for that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else have any further clarifying points or observations before we move on to the next agenda item? Well, I'll just note again that the board is available for between meeting consultations and meeting if necessary. And if there's a need to, roll up our sleeves as part of the analysis or questions along the way before a revised draft report is available, just let us know.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much. All right, that moves us on to the next agenda item, which I think will be the last one that we'll tackle before lunch, depending on the time that this one takes. We have a request to review the report that the state did on 1,4-dioxane, and Dr. Franny Nielsen is going to be our presenter on that. I'll just remind folks of the history of this one as I understand it, and then Franny can add on to that, is that the Regulatory Reform Act of 2023 included a provision that directed DEQ to perform a human health risk assessment of 1,4-dioxane in drinking water, and that law was from late 2023, and it gave DEQ a deadline of May 1st, 2024. So at the December 23 and April 24 meetings of the Science Advisory Board, we had a consultation with DEQ before they had started because they had just been tasked with this. And then also along the way as they were nearing completion. And during the first one, the advice was, you have a lot of work to do in a short period of time. But framework-wise, the Human Health Risk Assessment Framework of EPA is a good foundation, so follow that. And panel some experts, update literature, and that seems to be, what was done. The advice was followed. We heard in April how it was going, and in mid-April, we had the opportunity to review it for kind of like fatal flaw comments in order to help the agency meet their deadline. And now we're going to get an update on where things stand after that report was turned in.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Franny Nielsen. I'm the environmental toxicologist at DEQ. And I'm going to just kind of briefly go over the summary and conclusions of the report. During the August meeting, I presented this report kind of in greater detail. And so that presentation and recording is available on our website and also in the minutes with the timestamp link. Today, I'm just going to kind of briefly kind of summarize what the report concluded. So Tom explained some of this already, but what we're going to do today is just kind of give this briefing, and then we are going to request a formal review from the board. In September of 2023, the General Assembly directed DEQ to prepare a human health risk assessment of 1,4-dioxane in drinking water, specifically to look at the cancer risk and the information that was supported by peer-reviewed scientific studies. In December, we came to the board, strategized about how we could do this in such a short amount of time. In January, we followed the board's direction, convened a group of experts, and began these activities. And then our report was delivered on time on May 1st to the Joint Legislative Commission on Governmental Affairs. And then in August, we presented the full report to the board. The overall approach that we used was one that we have talked about with the board before, but it is the EPA's Human Health Risk Assessment for Decision-Making Framework. And so this is a more specific framework than the general human health risk assessment paradigm, and it really ensures that every step of the way, the application, the data, and the review is fit for the purpose of the legislative direction or the decision being made. And that's really the only thing that is starkly different from the general risk assessment process that are these 4 steps. And so these 4 steps are represented in that larger framework. There's just a greater amount of public interplay and ensuring that what we're doing is useful for the decision makers. We followed these very common 4 steps for risk assessment, and I'll go through the summary of the report in each section. So the first section is the hazard identification and exposure assessment. And so with the exposure assessment for 1,4-dioxane in drinking water in North Carolina, this is a kind of a summary figure from this section, and there's a lot to look at on this map, so I'll orient you. The top left corner are environmental occurrences, and so this is wastewater, surface water, groundwater from North Carolina, and this is pre any kind of regulatory effort. So from 2014 to 2021 in the environment in kind of all water sampled. That's what that top left map is. If you look just to the right, that is that same time period before any regulatory efforts have been enacted. And then those are just the drinking water occurrences. So you can see that 1,4-dioxane is in the environment during this time, but the amount of it that is making it into the drinking water is much less than what is in the environment. If you go back to the left side and then look at the bottom left panel, this is the same environmental occurrence data. So this is all wastewater, surface water, groundwater, except this is from 2022 to the very beginning of 2024 when we stopped adding data to the report. So this is a post-regulatory effort. There were some regulatory pieces that went into effect in late 2021, early 2022. And this had the impact of having less 1,4-dioxane in the environment in North Carolina. If you look at that same bottom panel, but look to the right, same time period, so after the regulatory effort, this is in drinking water. And so there is much less 1,4-dioxane in drinking water than just in the panel above, which is before any kind of regulatory efforts were put in place. And so really the take home from this figure is that we knew there was 1,4-dioxane in the environment based on the UCMR3 data. There were different studies done to figure out where in North Carolina these things were coming from. There were some special orders of consent put in place, some voluntary actions by different entities, and all of that resulted into much less 1,4-dioxane being in the drinking water in our state. As far as the summary of this section, the data in this report indicated the following. So most North Carolinians outside of the Cape Fear River Basin are not exposed to 1,4-dioxane at concentrations that are above the UCMR3 national average. And so I should go back and say here, the orange circles are indicative of concentration, but the orange color is indicative of a concentration that is greater than the US average 1,4-dioxane concentration as reported in the UCMR3 data, which is 0.45 micrograms per liter. The yellow dots, which you cannot really see because they're very small, are less than that, and then the green dots are 0 or not detected. So really what we're looking at are the orange circles that are above this national average concentration from the UCMR3 data. One more time. You can also see that in this part of the state, this is the Cape Fear River Basin right in the center. And so there are some occurrences outside of it, but most of it is within the Cape Fear River Basin. Okay. Some of those who are exposed within the Cape Fear River Basin are exposed to the 3rd highest drinking water concentrations in the nation that were reported in the UCMR3 data. This was certainly of concern. The regulatory attention focused to reduce these concentrations did lead to decreased 1,4-dioxane concentrations in the environment and in drinking water in the Cape Fear River Basin and across North Carolina. The public outreach efforts regarding 1,4-dioxane exposure in drinking water that resulted from UCMR3 and also from the regulatory attention focused in specific areas led to a further decrease in 1,4-dioxane outside of the Cape Fear River Basin due to voluntary and compliant actions from other entities that were also contributing to 1,4-dioxane in the environment. So just the awareness of this led to a greater decrease in our state. The next section of this is the effects assessment. And so this is the hazard identification and the toxicological component of what this chemical can do. I'm not going to go through the big tables and everything from the report, just the summary. This section highlighted that the EPA and Health Canada assessments that were reviewed do agree that oral exposure, which is drinking water exposure to 1,4-dioxane, causes carcinogenic effects in the liver, and that the carcinogenic liver effects mechanism of action are the most well understood of all the carcinogenic effects that are known from this chemical. The EPA IRIS assessment provides the most consistent value across regulated chemicals as a whole and is consistent with federal and other state regulatory programs. Since the IRIS assessment was released, there have been very few peer-reviewed scientific publications, and there are not enough additional data to support a change from what the EPA's paradigm for this chemical is and an update to the value presented by the IRIS program. The cancer slope factor that IRIS provided is 0.1 milligrams per kilograms per day, and this was derived using the most health protective modeling approach and will provide North Carolina science-based protection from 1,4-dioxane in their drinking water if this number is applied to our regulatory programs. The last part of this report is the risk characterization, which is kind of the exposure assessment and the effects assessment like multiplied together to see what the actual risk is. And this is a box plot of the data that we saw in that map. And so I'll orient you across the bottom. The 1,4-dioxane concentration is on the y-axis or the tall axis. And then across the bottom, the first box plot is the pre-regulatory efforts. The second is the post-regulatory efforts. And then we have the UCMR data just from North Carolina, UCMR3 data just from North Carolina, and then also the UCMR3 national data set, so inclusive of North Carolina and all other states. The mean value is presented by this blue asterisk in each of these box plots. And the EPA's health-based value that was presented in their IRIS assessment is the red line across the bottom. And so while we know that drinking water in North Carolina is a source of 1,4-dioxane exposure, particularly at concentrations that are higher than what the national values are, the entire country is exposed to 1,4-dioxane in concentrations that are above the value that is predicted to cause 1 case of cancer in 1 million people, essentially across the country that's occurring. So it's not just a North Carolina problem. This is a wider problem. To summarize this section, this report used the exposure data and the health-based values for cancer endpoints to determine how the risk in North Carolina compares to the national risk. Based on the risk assessment, we concluded that North Carolina's residents are exposed to 1,4-dioxane in concentrations that may be 2 times the national average in their drinking water and as many as 4 times the national averages in surface and groundwater. Based on the UCMR3 data, North Carolinians experienced approximately half of the protection than the rest of the nation received from 1,4-dioxane in their drinking water during the time period of the UCMR3 data collection, which is 2013 to 2015. And so that is a very brief summary of a report that is available on our website. And I think most of you have seen it and many have reviewed already. Our request here is that DEQ is just asking the board to review this report and provide formal feedback regarding the study approach and the conclusions that we came to in response to this legislative directive to assess the human health risk assessment or the human health cancer risk to 1,4-dioxane in drinking water. We have consulted the board throughout this process, and so a lot of feedback has been given informally, and we're just asking for a formal recommendation or letter providing feedback for the report. And so that would be any of the board members that haven't reviewed the report to review it, so we can provide something like that. And this is the charge question we've came up with, and this is, as usual, up for editing in real time. But the question is, are the approach of the report and the findings of the report scientifically defensible? Essentially, did we do this in an appropriate fashion, and were our conclusions scientifically sound?
All right, thanks so much. So we have a request and a draft charge question from one of the agencies that we serve. Certainly within the realm of what our business is under the charter. But before we tackle it, are there any questions about what's being asked? I'll start by saying, is there a particular time frame? We just have come through 2 different discussions where there was a time frame that kind of, I guess it's something to consider. If you have a deadline, then that influences data availability, and it certainly influences deliberation. Is there a time frame for this to be resolved?
I think if we could resolve it before the next SAB meeting, that would be prudent. But if it takes longer than that, we can certainly discuss it at the next meeting.
All right. That's helpful for starters. Any other questions about what's being asked and including the specific language of the charge?
Could you go back to the findings slide?
Sure. Is this one or?
I think this was probably okay.
Okay.
Comment, I guess. That's John. So the report doesn't actually calculate cancer risk for individuals drinking water at different levels. The number of people exposed is clearly high, but you're not calculating maximum risk or aggregate risk for the population. Is that right?
We're not, no.
Was that asked by the legislature or not? I guess my point is the scope within what was being asked for?
Yes, and so we consulted with our legislative affairs group and our legislative liaison to make sure we were answering their question appropriately. And we used the margin of exposure calculation to do that in a way that I think was a little more relevant to the group reading the report.
Okay, thank you.
So when you're talking about protection here, are we talking about the margin of exposure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is to say that North Carolinians experience
a greater
roughly
exposure.
half the margin of exposure of U.S. national average?
Their margin of exposure was higher, so their protection was lower. I may have written this in a confusing way. Yeah.
I think
Did I flip it around backwards? Okay.
Bigger margin of exposure is more protective.
Yeah,
Yes, so that's what that is, 38 and 78%.
so a bigger margin of exposure would provide more protection.
Yes,
And you're saying North Carolinians experience approximately half the protection that the
Yes.
rest of the nation
yes.
does. That doesn't square up with what you just said.
If it said, if the phrase was margin of exposure instead of half the protection, it would be the same. It's just a phrasing issue here. But we'll see what she says in the report.
Huh? I'm sorry.
I think it'll be clear in the report.
All
It's, this doesn't say half the margin of exposure. It says half the
Right.
protection. It's not the same thing.
Right, okay.
I just wrote the sentence in a confusing way. I'm sorry.
Well, one of the things that was certainly value added about the state's effort was the exposure component, that
Right.
tees off of the hazard assessment work that the IRIS report had already done. So the fact that it can be tailored to North Carolina specific exposures and have an exposure assessment part of the risk assessment is really good. And I guess part of that is that concentrations here tend to be a little bit higher, meaning that it's less people experience less protection if we have higher concentrations than others. I think that's the general conclusion. Just
That I would agree with.
Yes. And we'll get a chance to review the report. Could you bring the charge question back up? Yes. Viney, please.
Go back to the 4 North Carolina maps that you presented.
Yeah,
Thank you. Okay. The top left is environmental occurrence for 2014 to 2021.
yes.
The one below it is for 2 years, 2022 to the present.
Yep.
Does looking at that, it seems to imply that since 2022, the environmental occurrence has reduced. And that's largely due to the regulatory policies that have been put in place. Is that a fair
Yes,
understanding on my part?
yes.
Okay. So indeed, whatever you did is helping the human health of the people in the region. Okay. Now, looking at the one on the right top, it says drinking water indices and environmental occurrences. On the left and on the right is drinking water indices. The drinking water indices are not the same as the environmental occurrences. So why wouldn't they be lower?
I think they are lower.
They are.
They
and-
are lower. So why wouldn't, I mean, the one on the right has lesser factors in its, and so it would be lower.
Yeah.
So what is it that I'm trying to, looking at that, what is the message that I'm getting?
So what we were trying to show here is that while there is 1,4-dioxane in the environment,
Yes.
it is coming from different sources.
Yes.
Not all of the environment is getting into the drinking water even before regulatory efforts were in place.
Okay.
And then after the regulatory efforts, there are far fewer, but there are still higher concentrations in the finished drinking water in certain locations based on what is going into the surface water in the environment in those locations.
So surface water data sets versus drinking water data sets.
Yes.
That's already been through treatment and other processes.
Yes. So it should be lower.
Absolutely.
And it is.
And it is.
Okay. Except the region in the middle where I see the circles of the same size.
Mhm.
Okay. And the size of the circle implies the exposure that people are seeing.
Yes.
And nothing has changed there.
In that particular region, there is a significant source of 1,4-dioxane.
Mhm. If you had an important,
So the regulatory effort didn't do much of anything in that. I'm just seeking clarity.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think that it's, in the region as a whole, there was a lot of reduction
Sure. I see that.
in that one location. The circles are smaller and the center of that circle is actually yellow. Like there was one measurement that was below the national average. So it has gone down, but it is not below the national average or the health-based value yet.
This is that left maybe also following up on this, but also another comment. And I believe the maps on the left for environmental occurrence included a lot of sampling sites that were not tied to drinking water intakes. So I think it's maybe misleading to say not all the 1,4-dioxane in the environment is ending up in drinking water based on how these maps look. I think the fact is that for the vast majority of drinking water treatment plants, they're unable to remove 1,4-dioxane. So whatever is in their source ends up in the drinking water. The exception right now are utilities that use ozone to treat the water. They're able to oxidize a portion of the 1,4-dioxane. So, systems like Cary or Wilmington are able to lower the 1,4-dioxane levels through their treatment steps. So those are maybe some comments related to the map. The assessment with regard to protection, I have a little heartburn over it being done statewide rather than maybe broken out by watershed, because for the vast majority of watersheds, 1,4-dioxane is not really a problem, right? So it's the 1 million people who live in the Cape Fear River Basin who enjoy the least amount of protection. And the numbers probably would look dramatically different if it were broken down by watershed. And I would suggest that, that analysis be included, because you're kind of diluting out the challenge by bringing in all the other watershed where there isn't a problem.
So the report is final, and will not be changed. What we can do is include that in the forthcoming peer-reviewed publication for this work. I think that is a really interesting idea. And when we looked at this data initially on the map, it became clear that the Cape Fear River Basin is where most of the contamination is. Since there were so few detections outside of the basin, it really just highlighted what the map is showing anyway, that the Cape Fear River is where 1,4-dioxane is. And since the scope of the report was statewide in nature, and also short, we elected not to break out the state by either different geological regions or river basins. We considered a lot of that and ended up not including it just for brevity of the report.
Yeah, just let me reframe, where we are. The state got asked, to between January and May, do an exposure and effects assessment and then risk assessment and make recommendations and met that deadline. And they're now circling back for board review. So we'll get a crack at it. As long as we spend some time looking at that charge and defining what's in scope. Like a reanalysis of the data, is that scope? It's not what I read in the charge, so maybe put the charge back up and make sure people understand it. Asking whether something's reasonable or scientifically defensible, I think is a little bit different than how would you do it or how else you could have done it. Not to say that you have to limit your feedback on that, but we're being asked to get under the hood and take a look. And so we'll have the opportunity to do that. But I think it'd be worth spending some time making sure you're comfortable with the charge questions parameters, because sometimes, we have gotten asked about a number in a document like the RFD. This one seems to be a broader charge. And it's going to define some of your work over the next couple of months. So make sure that you understand what the breadth or narrowness of it is. So is the approach that was used in the report, which we're talking on a little bit on the assessment side, and the findings scientifically defensible? That's what we would be asked to comment on over the next few months. Any questions for the agency on
Well,
the
maybe
charge?
just a suggestion. It might be useful for the agency to be more specific about what they mean by scientifically defensible. Some characteristics that you would require specifically that would allow you to measure up various dimensions of the assessment.
That's a great idea.
Because it's a very broad term
It is.
as it stands.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have
Any
a
other-
suggestion?
No. No. I mean, you could start with, I suppose you could start with the literature that's been accessed and decide that all of the studies meet muster. That's one thing. Then you could start with, that's the hazard assessment kind of thing, and the dose response assessment. Are there alternatives? Is this the best one? Is it the only one?
So, I mean, this is the
That
draft
gets-
charge. Are you suggesting that we change the charge now?
Well, a little more specificity about what scientific defensibility means.
Yeah, and some of that might be, to revisit what fit for purpose is. What's the purpose of asking for it now when it was due back in May? Is there some question about its validity? And if there is that a particular component of it that you want extra help on? Or is it just, another round of external peer review that really wasn't available because of the time constraint that was previous? If it's wide open, it's wide open. But if there's a focus need for feedback, that would happen sooner rather than later.
As far as I understand, we are just looking for another round of peer review since we didn't have enough time for everyone on the board to review it before the deadline. And so now that there have been a few other things that have happened at the August meeting, and there's a few months between now and our next meeting, I think there's ample time for anyone that hasn't read it to be able to read it and provide feedback.
And if you say, since this one's final and not be changed, the feedback will be used, how? Does it influence the manuscript that's in prep, or the application of the information, or an addendum?
It could influence the manuscript I'm writing. It will mostly be used the same way we've used the previous recommendations, like the bioaccumulation factor or the PFOS and PFOA toxicity assessment, using it as support for the department's different activities. And since the department wrote the report, even with the help of external experts, having an external set of formal feedback, I think would just garner more credibility to the report.
Mm-hmm. And then for that fit for purpose, so this was done at the legislature's request and the deadline was met, and the board did get a crack at it earlier. What's the new utility of it in terms of how the report will be used or the summary will be used? Because I think that might help with the scientifically defensible part in terms of like, what would you include?
I'm just thinking that, for just an example that's not scientifically defensible per se, but when the criteria for establishing a causal association come up, there's specific items that have to follow.
Mm-hmm.
Temporality is one of them. Dose response is another, and so on and so forth.
I'm not asking to be pedantic. It's in part because there's lots of different ways to look at data. And so you'll get people, who'd say, well, why didn't you do it this way? Or you could do it that way. And defensible to me would mean like, is it reasonable? As opposed to, I think I would have done it a different way. Because reasonable scientists often do things differently, just in terms of like, well, any of those steps that you might mention, data qualities of different levels of thresholds for what they would include or exclude. Binning the data by state versus by basin is a decision that's not really right or wrong. It's maybe either driven by purpose or personal preference. So to avoid a bunch of comments of, you could have done X, you could have done Y, maybe think about Z. It might help to think about, well, if it's final, what's the next step? Shushma.
Yeah, a really good question. I was hoping you wouldn't ask that question as to how do we plan to apply this, right? That's what you're asking. And I would say that it's in works. I have to say that at the present time, we used this cancer slope factor to compute a surface water quality level. And based on that, we developed an effluent limit for a discharger. And that was applied in a permit. And that permit was contested. And long story short, it's still under court review. And it is still in works in progress. So we don't know whether the approach we utilized at the 0.1 milligrams per kilograms per day is going to withstand the level that we use for that permit discharger to limit its discharge level. So that's one thing I just want to give you an update on. The second is at the last Environmental Management Commission meeting in November, the commission is contemplating evaluating its standards development process for 1,4-dioxane, very similar to PFAS. This is an emerging contaminant. EPA does not plan on issuing a national water quality level standard for this compound, so it's a state-only issue. And as you saw from the data, North Carolina is ranked in the top 3 with the exposure levels. So the commission is evaluating how it uses its authority for 1,4-dioxane in developing a regulatory pathway. We at the department have provided some roadmaps of how to do that. And I think in the next meeting or two, we'll get even more clarity. Perhaps they're more interested in the original concept that I talked about, which is source reduction minimization strategy. And we're trying to figure out what that scope looks like. At the end of the day, the question would be, what would those sources be required to reduce to? What is that level that they'll be required to reduce to? So we come back to the third line right here, which is the scientific basis for what is considered a concentration level at which human health effects are minimized. And when we talk about standards for drinking water, and then we're talking about standards for surface water discharges, they're 2 different things. And the state is still working through a lot of that. The public is very interested, public is concerned, and we're trying to do the best we can to try to expedite, but also satisfy our commission's questions. So one possibility, and Franny and we all will probably need to talk about, is that question you asked, which is it scientifically defensible? Perhaps it can be whittled down to a particular aspect of the data that is used in our application of this information for regulatory decision making. And we might need more time to do that, to come back to you.
Yeah, I think we can help with that because we've had to do that before too, in terms of wrapping your arms around all the data. And then the next thing you do is you set it to what's relevant. And so currency of the information, peer review of the information, how it's synthesized are all considerations. And there may be some that are more important than others. But just from what I heard you say too about future use, people could look at the exposure assessment side and just say, does it indicate that this issue is relevant to North Carolina and needs to be evaluated? It probably does already. And then for future use, it sounds like the hazard assessment section in terms of the adequacy of that reference dose would be super important to us pay attention to.
Yes, and I would say we could ask the committee, Water Quality Committee, if they have any questions or that they would like to be addressed through this scientific body that helps them deliberate and better understand the basis of the findings.
Yeah, that might be really healthy because the methyl bromide discussion, from a while ago got into that, different ways to look at a bunch of data in terms of like what's the exposure duration and frequency. It just depends on how you want to bin it and how many values you want to have. But at some point, we may have been talking at cross purposes to each other between the two boards in terms of whether we're answering the question that was being asked. Yeah, that could be really helpful. Tom?
One little nit to pick on number 3. A cancer slope factor in terms of dimension is a risk per unit of exposure, correct? And what you have there is 0.1 milligrams per kilogram per day, which is just an exposure level. If you put it as the risk is 0.1 per milligram per kilogram per day, then it would be a cancer slope factor, 10% at a milligram per kilogram per day. So.
I just wrote it in there how we use it in our standards.
But you can't call that what you have up there a cancer slope factor.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's an exposure level.
So we have can we put the charge up one more time and we'll see if there's any further questions about a path forward. Franny's already said the report's posted online, so anybody that wants to dig into it can. We can send it out to folks. That one right there. I think the request in general, the first part of it is super clear. Have a review. And then the charge question sounds like it sits with maybe add more granularity around scientifically defensible so that it's a focused answer of the questions being asked. Maybe as guided by questions that the EMC would want answered for relying upon the technical foundations of the document.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking through, and I feel like we did this similar maybe last year when we were looking at literature, and was the literature that was included reasonable? Remember, it was like last winter or so, thinking about, so instead of the scientifically defensible, if we say something like, is the approach of this report reasonable? And then we could bucket into, well, the literature that was included reasonable, was the assessment of exposure reasonable, right? Because you had said at one point, was this the best way? I think there's multiple ways. So moving away from defensible to, are the approaches reasonable? And then if it really is, the nut of it is a specific departure point for regulatory action, then maybe a subset of it is the general approach for these subsections reasonable, and then drilling into the specific departure point, is that, I don't know what the right word is, but is there scientific data to support this as a departure point for a regulatory action?
I think that focuses it a fair amount in terms of where the effort to review scientifically defensible and adequate is actually, serving the most future use of this, as opposed to you could have done it a different way.
Yeah, it helps with the specificity of the charge.
Which influences turnaround time and where effort's most useful. John?
It's actually the cancer slope factor, not the POD. It's a cancer.
Yeah, that was my lack of toxic. No, the number that we are using as a starting point for the regulatory action.
Is that a cancer slope factor or is that a POD?
No, it's a cancer slope factor.
Okay, so it's a risk per unit of exposure. The milligrams per kilograms per day is in the denominator.
Yeah. So the 0.35 equates to 1 in a million cancer risk, was on the other slide.
Okay.
So it is a cancer risk slope factor.
0.35?
0.1 was the slope factor. And what I'm saying is that you can calculate risk based upon that. So a level of exposure of
Yeah.
0.35 milligrams per liter equates to 1 in a million.
It's just that it's not expressed that way.
No,
It's
it's not.
expressed,
That's right.
you just need another slash, a per.
Well, I
It's
feel like we've
confusing.
got enough to get started. Are there any other questions that folks would need for clarity to dig into it? Because if we say, that we've been asked to review it, scientifically defensible with a focus on the cancer slope factor and whether that's appropriate for regulatory action, and to request some more feedback or granularity on what's meant by scientifically defensible so that we don't miss a point or auger in on a point that's not important.
Good.
People have what they think they need. Anybody on the phone?
Good to me.
Jamie, it seems pretty clear to me.
Great. Thank
Me
you.
too.
Then I'll suggest that that's enough on this item because we can dig into it and we can seek those refinements with time. We've gotten a section of the report to focus on, and as well as overall scientific defensibility, and we'll get that out to folks with a goal of wrapping that up in time for the next meeting. If there's more to do between meetings, we can set that up. All right, I think that moves us to the lunch break. Do we have that scheduled for an hour?
Yes.
So we'll reconvene at 1. There's one more business item, which is a revisitation of the literature for PFMOAA. And after that, some additional updates. I know a couple of people can't come back after the break. The presentations are all both recorded as well as posted on the website. All right, we'll see you at 1.
Bye, everyone.
See you, Detlef.
No, she's using. Okay, so. Yeah. Those two. West Spring Street. Mm. Mm. Only can you tell me? What can you tell me about what shows this here? Oh, just
exposure work that they've done, that there's some compounds that are important in North Carolina that we might have to work on ourselves, and PFMOAA is one of those compounds. All right, Franny, thank you.
All right. Yeah, welcome back for lunch. This shouldn't be a very long presentation, I guess we'll see. So what I'm about to present to you is a revisitation of the board's PFMOAA recommendation from June of 2022. So I'll give you a little bit of history of the board with this compound. There were 3 meetings in 2022 where we discussed some of the existing or all of the existing PFMOAA literature. These were 2 papers, Yao et al. 2020 and Woodleaf et al. 2021. The questions that we posed to the board at the time were to review these studies and if these studies provide sufficient scientific information to identify a point of departure and then eventually derive a reference dose. This question was posed in June of 2022, and then these subsequent meetings happened after. As of June 2022, when we started this process, this is a summary of the 2 existing studies for PFMOAA. There was 1 human serum study and 1 mouse dosing study. They found that PFMOAA accumulates more than they expected based on the very low KOW value, which is just a measure of absorption. Serum concentrations increased with age in humans, and it was not associated with changes in liver or kidney function or lipid metabolism. The mouse study found some different impacts based on it being an empirical study rather than an epidemiological study. They found splenic T cells and NK cells and thymic helper cells changed in male mice. The peroxisome proliferation response was changed in females, and there were some sex-specific differences in the peroxisome proliferation receptor, but not statistically significant. It was suggestive, but not significant. The overall conclusion, based on the discussions, this is a very high-level conclusion, that the evidence to support public health concerns for PFMOAA, as even with a low bioaccumulation potential in humans, high chronic environmental doses could still lead to adverse health outcomes. The board's response, and this is also very abridged, to our initial charge questions were that these studies were of high quality, had limitations as all scientific studies do, but none of them would really preclude but had limitations that would preclude their use to derive a reference dose singularly. And so these could be used as a body of evidence, but not individually or just the 2 of them. There was more work needed. The board recommended that we pause derivation of the reference dose until some additional publications were available. And so the official recommendation here was that the board encourage DEQ to periodically refresh our PFMOAA literature base for other relevant papers to include in this toxicological synthesis, including the expected new information. So this is written out in much greater detail available on our website. And then these are the 3 recordings of the meetings where the discussions happened and their timestamps. In the August meeting, we had a presentation from Dr. Justin Conley at the EPA. This is the new publication that has happened since that recommendation was given. I have some summary slides that I'm going to go through very quickly just because Justin gave a very detailed presentation of this at the last meeting, and that is available online. Justin's study was the maternal and neonatal effects of a maternal oral dose exposure to PFMOAA during pregnancy and during early lactation in rats. So they dosed the rats during pregnancy and also while they were lactating. They found maternal changes in liver weight, thyroid hormones, and some different serum biomarkers. The neonates or baby mice had changes in their decreased survival, decreased body weight, decreased thyroid hormones, and then increased liver weight, which is a pretty classical sign of toxicity. There were also decreased liver enzymes, serum enzymes, and changes in liver microRNA, fatty acid metabolism genes. The methods were pretty straightforward, and Justin went into great detail about this, but the doses were given by oral gavage on gestational day 8 and then postnatal day 2. The results were then compared to previously reported studies from the same lab for PFOA and then Gen X. The results again were that the newborn mice displayed, decreased birth weight, depleted liver glycogen concentrations across all doses, and hypoglycemia. Numerous significantly altered genes in the liver were associated with fatty acid and glucose metabolism, were similar to the gene changes produced by Gen X in their previous study. Pup survival was significantly reduced at the 125 mg per kg dose, which was not the highest dose. At necropsy, at the end of the study, both adult female mice and neonatal mice displayed increased liver weights, increased serum AST, and reduced serum thyroid hormones at all doses. The pups also displayed highly elevated cholesterol in their serum at all doses. When these results were compared to PFOA and Gen X, the authors found that PFMOAA concentrations in the serum and liver increased with maternal oral dose in both maternal and newborn animals and were similar to those reported for PFOA, but were considerably higher than the results they reported for Gen X. The authors calculated 10% effect levels and relative potency factors using PFOA as the index chemical among the 3 compounds based on maternal dose and maternal serum concentration. So the dose they gave the moms and then the serum concentration was in the females after dosing. They reported reduced pup liver glycogen, increased liver weights, reduced thyroid hormone levels in the mothers and the babies. These were the most sensitive endpoints that they modeled. In terms of PFMOAA's potency compared to PFOA and Gen X, the authors state that PFMOAA was 3 to 7-fold less potent than PFOA for most endpoints based on maternal serum, but slightly more potent for increased maternal and pup liver weights than PFOA. PFMOAA is a maternal and developmental toxicant in the rat, producing a constellation of adverse effects similar to PFOA and Gen X. That is a very brief synopsis of that study. With that study now published, this is our updated literature base for PFMOAA. There are now 3 papers instead of just 2. And so our request to the board is really just following up on the recommendation that was given last year. We're asking the board, we did ask the board to review the literature for PFMOAA and determine if a reference dose can be derived with the available scientific information. And so the charge here, which is of course up for review and editing, with the studies from Woodleaf, Yao, and now Conley, is there enough scientific support to identify a point of departure for deriving a reference dose for PFMOAA? And I see Dr. DeWitt's hand.
Great. Thank you for the helpful synopsis. And again, I'll remind folks that when this came up the first time, the decision wasn't, that we just want more information. It was that the limited information just wasn't adequate for the purpose of finding a point of departure. One of the studies failed to show effects within the dose range. Now things are different. We have a study that's in a mammalian system by an environmentally relevant route of exposure, oral, at a sensitive time point that looks at effects that are known to be caused by PFAS-related chemicals, and that did find effects and no effects values to allow for modeling. So my sense is that it's an appropriate time for revision, but what questions are there from the board on clarifying the charge question or in response to the charge question before we dig in? And I'll start with Jamie.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that there is actually one additional manuscript that does report on some bioaccumulation, tissue concentration, and excretion data for PFMOAA. This was a manuscript that came out in 2022, and I apologize that I didn't remember this earlier. It's by Bangma et al. And it's Bangma is also a researcher from the US EPA, and it is a study where they administered an environmentally relevant mixture. They actually concentrated water from samples that they took out of the Cape Fear River. They noted that PFMOAA comprised the bulk of the dosing solution. It was also detected in the urine, and it was also detected, though, in the serum and in the livers. So in their paper, they actually comment that PFMOAA, because it was detected in urine and serum and liver, that although it appears to be rapidly excreted, they hypothesized that it could be detectable in people who receive high chronic exposures, which is what the Cape Fear River communities are dealing with. I just wanted to point that out, and I'm happy to share that paper with everyone.
Yeah, so, and we know that you continue to work on a manuscript related to this compound as well for immunological effects. So we could modify the charge to list these 3 particular studies and then just add in any other relevant information not previously considered, and do a little bit of digging to make sure that we're looking at all of it at this point.
Right. So I actually did review Dr. Bangma's paper, and it wasn't included here because it is a biodistribution and excretion paper, not a toxicology paper. And so it is certainly considered in the body of literature for this particular compound, but it was just not a specific toxicity endpoint that was reported, and so it wasn't included here, but it is a point well made. It's certainly something that is detectable in organisms of a few different levels of biological organization under high exposure scenarios.
And Jamie, while we have you on the phone, is there any update on the status of the manuscript that you've briefed us on previously?
I actually had a conversation with the student who's the lead author just last week, and we're tying up a few final things as per usual. I think that's my consistent answer. I do also want to point out, though, that the effect that we do observe from PFMOAA occurs at a much higher administered dose than those effects that occur in the study by Conley et al. So it would not necessarily be the critical effect at the lowest dose.
But maybe relevant supporting information in terms of a weight of evidence.
Absolutely. We also see shifts in the liver weight, shifts in enzyme activity in the liver at the highest administered dose. So that would be supportive of some of the observations from the Conley et al. Study.
All right. Any other comments from folks online or in the room in terms of understanding the charge to revisit the work that was done previously, given the publication of new information? Then I'll just ask a final question. Is there a time frame when this would be desired as well?
I think we're open to determining that with the board.
Yeah, this one might be a good one to schedule a between meeting on because it's so focused, and it might benefit from a discussion before drafting something. And then maybe the draft could come back in April for review, but there could be a working session on digging into the new literature to help make a decision or frame a decision.
I like that idea.
All right.
All right.
I think that that's it for that topic then. We'll add that to the action list. And that moves us on to 2 last things on the agenda, which aren't for action, they're for information updates. Hearing back on the status of items that we've worked on previously, particularly if they're relevant to potential future work. And I believe Franny is giving us both of these updates as well. The first one's on the PFAS standards for groundwater and interim maximum allowable concentrations that Sushma referenced earlier.
So I have one of the other changes to the agenda, and I'll show you. Give me 1 second. Initially, when we had the agenda organized a little differently, I had the information about the Camorra's consent order toxicity study results included with the PFMOAA item. And I separated them, thinking maybe we'd get one before lunch and one after, and that's not quite what happened. And so Bridget Shelton, who is our groundwater standards coordinator, is here to give the groundwater presentation. And then I'll come back and give the consent order and the chromium-6 presentation.
Sounds good. Thanks for joining us, Bridget.
Hello, good afternoon. As Renee said, I'm Bridget Shelton, excuse me, Groundwater Quality Standards Coordinator with the Division of Water Resources at DEQ. So I'll be giving a quick update on the rulemaking efforts and the status for the Groundwater Quality Standards PFAS rulemaking, as well as a separate update on the PFAS IMAX. So first to cover for rulemaking, the rulemaking authority. So the Environmental Management Commission, or the EMC, has the statutory authority to adopt groundwater standards under the Rule 15A and CAC 02L 0202. Rulemaking efforts as well must follow the requirements and procedures in Chapter 150B, which is the Administrative Procedure Act of the North Carolina General Statutes. So that includes a fiscal analysis as well as public hearings, public notice, and public comment. So for the last update you all received, we are in the process of presenting our recommended or proposed groundwater standards for a subset of PFAS to the EMC. So the EMC approved to move forward with proposed standards for 3 of those compounds as shown here. So that was for PFOS, PFOA, and Gen X. We've included the references we used to develop those standards, as well as the available toxicity benchmarks and values. And then here are the proposed O2L groundwater standards in nanograms per liter or parts per trillion on this slide. So here's the current rulemaking status, as well as the anticipated schedule moving forward. So as I said, EMC approved those 3 proposed standards to move forward. They approved that in September of this year. So we are currently in the public comment period and hearing steps of the rulemaking process. That takes place from November 1st through December 31st. So December 31st of this year will be the last day of the public comment period. At the end of that public comment period, we gather all of those comments and prepare a hearing officer's report and a recommendation, which we then bring back to the EMC for their approval. We anticipate that will happen in May of 2025. If we receive the EMC's approval on the hearing officer's report and the final regulatory impact analysis, we will then go to the Rules Review Commission in June of 2025. If we receive their approval, the proposed effective date for these groundwater standards for these 3 PFAS compounds will be July of 2025. So as I said, we're currently in the public hearings and comment period step of the rulemaking process. We held 3 public hearings across the state in November and December. 2 were this week. On Monday, we had a public hearing in Wilmington, and then yesterday we had a public hearing in Raleigh here. And as I said, the public comment period is currently open, and the written comments will be accepted until December 31st, 2024. So this is the current status of the rulemaking efforts to establish groundwater standards for those 3 PFAS. So moving on to a different topic, interim maximum allowable concentrations, or IMAX. So when a groundwater standard has not been established under the O2L, 0202 rule for a substance, that substance is not permitted in concentrations above the practical quantitation limit, or the PQL. Any person or party may request the Division of Water Resources Director to modify this PQL requirement by establishing an interim maximum allowable concentration, or an IMAC. Any person may also request the director can update or remove an existing IMAC. There are some guidelines and a process in the rule for an IMAC establishment. So the requester must submit relevant data, including toxicological and epidemiological data, study results, and calculations necessary in order to establish an IMAC in accordance with the paragraphs listed here in the rule. So we develop and establish IMACs the same as groundwater standards, using the same references as written in the rule and the same process there. So DWR then evaluates the request and reviews the information in order to calculate the health-based protective level for the chemical of concern. The division does provide public notice and an opportunity for comment at least 30 days prior to a final action on these IMACs. So here's a quick comparison of groundwater standards versus the IMACs. So once the groundwater standards are in the rule, they're considered permanent. Rulemaking has to take place for those to be amended. IMACs, however, are considered temporary. They do go through the same scientific review process and development as the groundwater standards using the regulatory framework, 15A and CAC 02L 0202. As I said, groundwater standards and rulemaking has to go through the APA requirements. So that's a public comment, a public hearing, and a fiscal analysis. IMACs, however, do not go through a public hearing or a fiscal analysis process. They are, however, the public is notified, and we do provide an opportunity for comment for these IMACs. They are legally enforceable. They are used the same as the groundwater standards. However, they are approved on the director level while the groundwater standards are approved by the EMC. So during the rulemaking process for the proposed groundwater standards for PFAS, we did receive a request to develop IMACs and groundwater for 8 PFAS on July 22nd, 2024, along with supporting data and documents. DWR reviewed that data and documents and developed IMAC values. The public was noticed of the director's intent to establish these 8 IMACs on September 4th, 2024. We did receive public comments. No revisions to the proposed IMAC values included in the public notice were recommended as a result of the public comments that we received. So the IMACs for the 8 PFAS were established by the director, the DWR director, on October 15th of this year. So here are the IMACs. These are currently in place. They were established in October. You can see they're for 8 PFAS substances here, acronyms, and then the concentrations of the IMACs in nanograms per liter are on the right-hand column here. Just want to note these were the original compounds and proposed concentrations that we first originally proposed to the EMC. So here's some additional information for the development of those IMACs. Sorry, the column titles are a little, there's an error there. So we included the references here that we used to develop these standards, as well as the critical health effects seen in the literature and the toxicity benchmarks and values available for these standards, with the bolded value there is what we use to develop the standards. And we have this information in summary documents and calculation worksheets. If you all are interested, we're happy to share that. So the next steps for these IMACs, as I said, IMACs are considered temporary. They last a year. So within 12 months of establishing an IMAC, the DWR director shall make a recommendation to the EMC whether a new groundwater standard in place of the IMAC should be established or whether the IMAC should expire. So after the director makes a recommendation, the EMC then decides whether rulemaking is initiated. If the EMC decides to initiate rulemaking, the IMAC will remain in place throughout that rulemaking process until either a standard is adopted in place of the IMAC, or if during that rulemaking process, the EMC at some point declines to adopt a standard, the IMAC stays in place until that they decline, and then it would expire. After the director's recommendation, if the EMC declines to initiate rulemaking, the IMAC then would expire. And as a reminder, if there's no standard or IMAC in place, the PQL would be the existing limit. So it would go back to the PQL for those PFAS compounds. And that is it for my update today.
Thanks so much for the newsy update. It's interesting to see not just how the process runs, but the implications of it, those tools in a regulatory context. Are there any questions for Bridget?
Just, and thank you. That was actually, well, I shouldn't say actually, that was very helpful and very clear. And just going back to the PQL, and this was brought up in other conversations as well. So if the IMAC expires, or I guess well, now there is an IMAC, but prior to the IMAC, then the PQL, and is that a regulatory enforceable?
Yes, so
level?
that language, the PQL language is in the O2L rule. So that is the existing limit if there is no health-based standard in place or IMAC in place.
Mm-hmm. And we use that to, I guess, regulate groundwater now, right? The PQL? Okay.
Any questions from those online? Thanks again so much for the update. So this brings us back to Franny, and is this for the consent order study update?
Yes. All right. So at the August meeting, I presented part of this and was not able to share the results we'd received so far because they were erroneously marked confidential business information. So we've taken care of that issue, and so here I am. This is just going to be kind of a status update and the results we have so far from the aquatic tox studies. The consent order toxicity studies, just for a refresher, these are aquatic tox and rodent studies. The result summaries I have are just for the aquatic tox studies, 3 of the 5. So just as a refresher, the consent order with Chemours dictates these toxicity studies need to happen for these 5 chemicals. This is paragraph 14 of the consent order, and these are the 5 PFAS that are indicated in that paragraph. PFMOAA is one of them. The consent order requires 4 different rodent toxicity studies to be done, and so 2 of these are 28-day immunotoxicity studies, 1 in rat and 1 in mice, and then 90-day repeated dose oral tox studies, both in rat and mice, and it's the NTP kind of classic tox study. The ecological toxicity studies or the aquatic tox studies are 4 different organisms, 5 different tests. So there's an algal study that's a 72-hour growth inhibition toxicity study. There are 2 Daphnia tests, one's acute and one's chronic and reproductive toxicity. There's a fish acute toxicity study that is based on survival. And then there's also the sediment freshwater invert tox test, which is the earthworms in sediment test. To kind of go over this whole process, all of the aquatic tox studies, the protocols were approved in a few different seasons in 2022. We got the results of the range finding tests for all of these except the sediment worm test in mid-2023. The definitive tests were conducted in late 2023, and we've gotten the final report for the algal study and, the acute Daphnia study and the fish study. I can tell you that currently the other Daphnia study is in progress and the sediment study is being scheduled. This is a big table that I've shown a lot, and not a lot has changed. The biggest change here, and I should have highlighted it, is in the sediment column where dose approval for definitive tests happened. That happened right after our August meeting. We had a meeting with Chemours and the third-party lab about the worm doses. That was approved, and they are scheduling the tests. All of the other definitive tests have either been conducted and given us the reports, or they're writing the reports currently. We're expecting the final report for the chronic Daphnia study really in the winter, soon. But I haven't actually touched base with their toxicologist about the status of that. I'm expecting it in the coming months, certainly. The reason there is such a big time difference here between the definitive tests being conducted and the final reports is the tests are the in-life tox portion. And then there's all of the review and results identification afterwards
Then the lab writes the final report and they send it to Chemours, and they can include all of the additional things we've asked for, and then they send us the final report. So it is a several month process after the results have been analyzed and certified. In terms of the rodent toxicity tests, the approval steps are a little different. We have to approve the doses before they finalize the protocol, and that's just the way that this particular lab does this. As far as this goes, all of the analytical methods and dose validations have been done for all 5 of these compounds for the rodent studies. The range finding reports have been received for all 5 of the compounds, and this is for the immunotox studies. We've done dose approval for Naphthalene byproduct 2, which was the first one, and then shortly after our August meeting, we did the dose approval for the other 4 compounds for the immunotox studies. I have approved the final protocol for Naphthalene byproduct 2. The definitive test was underway. I've seen some of the preliminary results, but I have not gotten the final report yet. The next step for the other 4 compounds is they are writing the final protocol for me to approve that includes the doses that we discussed and approved in August. Once that happens, they will schedule the 28-day tests. And then the 28-day test results are going to be used to inform the doses of the 90-day test. So it's a stepwise process, but the 28-day immunotox studies are either finished in terms of Naphthalene byproduct 2, and then the other 4 will be underway, hopefully early in 2025. Okay. So the next thing I'm going to show you, I'll just move this little picture out of the way here. The next thing I'm going to show you are the results of the aquatic tox tests that we have so far. So the first one I'm going to go through, this says acute daphnia, and it is not, I'm sorry, this is algae. I can't spell algae.
We got you.
Okay. So there were some things that had to happen during this test for the test to be considered valid. This is a growth inhibition test, and so cell growth in the control groups had to meet certain criteria. It's 16 times increased growth by the 3rd day, and then 100 times growth by the 4th day. The variation in growth has to be less than 77% across the control replicates. The variation in the section by section growth rates has to be less than 35%. And the one thing here that did not meet this was Naphthalene byproduct 2. It was 40% variation in growth rates. At the end of the test, the variation for the mean growth rate and the mean yield and negative control has to be less than 15%. These are all just metrics that are quality metrics that were met for everything except Naphthalene byproduct 2 and just that 3rd one. They did the range finding study and no toxic effects were observed. We looked at the range finding results, and while it's not terribly surprising that a single celled plant cell wouldn't have a ton of toxic effects from these compounds, we did discuss with the lab and with Chemours that they need to increase the dose of the definitive test since no toxicity was observed. So they did increase the highest dose by 20%, and so the final dose was 120. And then there are some interesting results that I'm going to show you. So what you're looking at here on the y-axis is the number of algal cells per milliliter of fluid. And the bottom is the dose concentration in milligrams per liter. The 5 colors are the different compounds. And so if you just look kind of at the graph as a whole, you can see that there's one line that looks a lot different than the others. And there's some variation in each of them, but really only one is starkly different. These 4 dots are the decreased growth of Naphthalene byproduct, of PFMOA across the doses. And so in the range finding test, Naphthalene byproduct 2 was the one that was an issue. It didn't meet the variation in growth, that didn't meet the conditions for validity for the test for NAFI and byproduct 2. So looking at the final results here and seeing that PFMOAA really led to decreased growth in algae was a little surprising. It behaved quite differently than all of the other compounds. And these are at very high concentrations. These are toxicity test concentrations. It's a single celled plant cell. But these are really interesting results that we wouldn't necessarily have predicted based on the range finding tests. So interesting findings, The next, this other little circle is NAFI and byproduct 2, and you can see that growth was decreased at the very high dose in NAFI and byproduct 2, but not nearly as much as PFMOA. Okay, the next test is the Daphnia 48-hour test. So this is the acute Daphnia test. We're still waiting for the chronic test. This once again had conditions for validity of the test. And for this particular toxicity test, all of the conditions were met for all 5 of the compounds. And this is temperature, dissolved oxygen, immobility, pretty much the health of the Daphnia in the test. The range finding experiment only saw effects for PMPA at 2 different doses. And then the definitive doses were all increased or evenly spaced up to 100. And so the first thing I'll show you is the range finding results. So this Daphnia acute 48-hour toxicity test measures immobility. And so this is the decreased movement and activity of these little water fleas. What you're looking at on the y-axis is the percent cumulative immobility by the end of the test. And on the x-axis is the dose concentration. This is the range finding test, so there's only 3 doses. If you just kind of look at this graph, you can see most of the colors aren't there. And that's because all 3 of them are on top of each other on the bottom at 1%. PEPA had a weird decreased immobility in the control sample, which happens. And then the other most noteworthy piece of this puzzle is the PMPA, where the immobility went up with the doses. And so by 100 milligrams per liter, there is about 40% growth inhibition in the range finding test. Because the growth inhibition was 40% and not 100%, the doses across all 5 of these compounds were consistent for the definitive test. And so that's what I'm showing you here. The y-axis is the same with percent immobility, and the dose concentrations on the bottom are the definitive tests. So there's 5 doses here. You can see that this looks a bit different than the range finding test. And there was some immobility for NAFI and byproduct 2 at the second highest dose, but very minimal. This particular test did not show a lot of toxicity for this organism. The next thing I'm going to show you is the fish survival 7-day toxicity test results. I think these are really interesting, not just because they're fish, but because they're different. Again, the conditions for validity for this test were all met for all 5 compounds. The range finding results that I'll show first are pretty interesting. There were some effects for PFMOAA at one of the lowest doses, which at the middle dose for the range finding test. NAFI and byproduct 2 had a lot of effects seen at 24 hours across the 2 highest doses. And then PMPA also had effects at 24 hours at the middle dose and then 48 hours at the highest dose. And so up until now, I haven't shown you the time component of these tests because it hasn't been as relevant as it is for this test. Based on the range finding test, there were some significant differences with NAFI and byproduct 2 and the other compounds. And so they're on 2 different scales when I show you the definitive test. For the range finding test, what we're looking at here is percent mortality. And so this is survival. So we're measuring the number of dead fish. That is on the y-axis, and the bottom, that was closed. The bottom is the range finding test. So 3 doses again, orders of magnitude spacing. The 5 colors remain the same. Here you can see that there are more colors on this graph and the lines all look a little different. We can start at the top with the purple line. That's NAFIAM byproduct 2. And the dots indicate the percent mortality, and then the time component is just written in text next to that dot, because this was the simplest way I could think to show this. And so what was really interesting, I think, for the highest dose for NAFIAM byproduct 2, all of the animals died by 24 hours. The second highest dose took a little longer. Some of the animals died at 72 hours and some of them died at 96 hours. So it took to the end of the 7 days. But at that second highest dose, all of those animals died as well. The next line is the grayish blue color, that's PMPA. Was interesting here was that the percent mortality was lower, but at 24 hours at the middle dose, which was 10 milligrams per liter, those effects were seen at 24 hours. And then it took 48 hours, so 2 days, for the higher dose to have mortality, which is just interesting. These compounds act different in all of the tests I've seen so far, and in all of the time points. I don't know if they knew at the time the consent order was written how different all 5 of these compounds truly were, but I think it was a great selection of chemicals because they really are so different. PFMOAA is the darker blue line, and so more percent, the only percent mortality was seen at that middle dose at 2 days. The higher dose was totally fine, nobody died, which is really interesting. You know, lower dose toxicity is something that we know and understand. It's just interesting to see it like this. And so this is the range finding results. And so the definitive test was designed around these results. And so NAFIAM byproduct 2, because there was so much mortality, was a different dose scheme than the rest of them. And so here, the purple line is NAFIAM byproduct 2, and those are the highest dose they used for the definitive test was 10. The rest of the doses all started from, they went to 0 and then they went to 13 as the lowest dose and all the way up to 100 again. Across the definitive test, less mortality was seen, but I'm going to kind of zoom in so you can look at this a little easier. We'll look at NAFIAM byproduct 2 first. That's the purple line. These are much lower doses. And what I think is interesting is that there still was more mortality than any of the other doses at the highest dose. But effects started to be seen at 48 hours at the highest dose, which was 10, and 2.5. And then mortality kind of increased across the doses after that. But it's not a consistent time and dose trend. It's very irregular. If you look at the second half of the graph, that is all very close together. These are the other 4 compounds. So the first one we'll look at is PFO2HXA, which has not had any significant results to this point in any of our graphs. But here in this fish survival test, it does. It goes up kind of at the second dose, which is 20. But if you look at the 67 dose, that mortality, which is only 5%, was achieved at 24 hours, so 1 day. Then it took a few more days for mortality to be seen at the other doses. The highest dose only had 10% mortality by the 7-day mark. So low, but certainly different than we've seen in the range finding test and in any of the other aquatic organisms. The dark green line or the olive green line is PEPA. This one has also had no real results to speak of for anything to this point. But by 72 hours, which is 5 days, 10% mortality was achieved in just that dose and none of the others. There was no other mortality other than the 67 dose. And then finally, the last line is PFMOAA, which is that dark blue line. And at 48 hours, there was 5% mortality at the 2 highest doses, but the mortality didn't increase after that. It could say what died at 48 hours were the only animals that died throughout the 7 days. So all very different results. Nothing that I think we could have predicted, which is really interesting and speaks to the need for these tests to be done on these compounds we don't understand very well. So the next steps for this, I have 1 remaining aquatic toxicity protocol. These are procedural for the consent order. I'm hoping to get this final protocol before Christmas and approve it. We've discussed the doses and everything, so it should be a pretty straightforward process. And then I'm also waiting for the final report for the naphthalene byproduct 2 rat study that has concluded. I'm expecting that either later this year, or early next year. For the aquatic tox studies, I'm waiting for 2 more sets of results for the reproductive Daphnia study and then the sediment and earthworm study that I'm waiting to approve the protocol for. The rodent toxicity studies, we are still all waiting for those results. I know the naphthalene byproduct 2 rat study has concluded. I need to consult the schedule and see which other ones are in place to be scheduled upon receiving the final protocols and approving the final protocols. But that is the next step for all of this. And so the next thing really is, what does all of this mean? Because there's a lot of disparate information in these tests, and we just had a whole conversation about needing information about PFMOAA, and then I showed you more data for that. And so what does this mean? The results from these aquatic toxicity tests really just inform the environmental impacts of what the Camorra's PFAS contamination has potentially done in the Cape Fear River. All 5 of these aquatic tests will provide the basis for understanding of how these compounds have impacted the different trophic levels in a freshwater ecosystem, and that was designed to look at these 4 different layers of biological organization. And so it's phytoplankton, zooplankton, consumer, and then the worms, which are detritivores. What are these used for, other than just understanding what could be happening in the environment? Very often, when states need to create a standard or a rule or a law, they need either a bioaccumulation factor or a bioconcentration factor. Bioaccumulation factors are more accurate. They're derived from environmental samples in the real world, which demonstrate water uptake, diet, kind of all routes of exposure in the real world. When you do this from a lab, it's called a bioconcentration factor because you're really only measuring the uptake of a chemical from the water into the organism, irrespective of diet. And so many states use BCFs, these lab-derived numbers, because they're more efficient, they're cheaper to do, and faster than sampling 300 fish in a river. And so most often BCFs are used, even though they are not as accurate. A BAF is always preferred according to the EPA's guidance on doing this whole thing, but BCFs are often the best option for a lot of places. These results are also very unlikely to be used to derive human health values without rodent data to corroborate these findings. These toxicity tests that were designed or that were included in the consent order were really to just kind of understand the beginning of what these compounds can do to these different layers of biological organization in the environment. They are not definitive tests, and these would really kind of spark more environmental tox testing to look at mechanistic applications or of how fish mortality is happening or other things like that. And these can certainly be used to support rodent data. We often use different laboratory models to look into different biological time points that we can't always look at with a rodent. Like a zebrafish is a really great developmental time point or developmental model because you can stretch the developmental window and really see what's happening. So in isolation, these are not really related to human health, but they can certainly be used to support human health toxicity findings. But that's it. I think it's the last one. Yeah. But that's all I have to share from the consent order toxicity studies today.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'll ask in a minute if others have questions, either online or in the room, but I have a couple. We just talked about reviewing the literature for PFMOAA, and you're going to have a couple of mammalian studies coming on that compound from this work. Any idea on when those will roll in?
I can say that I have not approved the PFMOAA immunotox protocol. So.
And then the 90-day one is approved already, or?
Further out.
Oh, it's further out.
So they're going to use the results of the 28-day study to inform the 90-day study, just so there's not overt mortality happening and essentially starting over.
Yeah, so no good reason to wait because it might be a while for both of those. Good.
Yeah, and that it's not, it won't be a peer-reviewed publication. It'll be a lab report, which is certainly worthy of inclusion, but more of like a gray literature kind of source rather than a peer-reviewed source.
Great.
I wouldn't wait for it and just.
Any questions from folks in the room?
I do. I was intrigued by the fish mortality data of the higher doses being less potentially toxic than mid-dose. And I don't know if anybody has thoughts on that or if we see that at other studies, but it seems so, it's just hard to wrap at least my brain around that. And that if one of the potential uses is deriving the bioconcentration factors, like how could those results relate to this? Almost seems like the higher doses would be better, which anyways, I'm just wondering if you've wrapped your brain around that an unexpected finding. And
I haven't thought about how exactly the mechanism could be driving that particular lack of toxicity. But I think that there's, at least in the lab animals I've used, there seems to be like this threshold for a stress response. And so sometimes when a concentration is lower, and I feel like I'm not articulating this very well, your body can respond to it, almost like during allergy season. Like your body starts to respond to a stressor. But I think when you get so much of a stressor in your system, it doesn't respond the same way. And I'm not articulating this very well. But I think that there's likely something happening where it's kind of clogging up a lot of things. And Jamie's raised her hand. I think she's going to help me explain this. But it's not uncommon to see. It's just not as well, I guess, advertised as like the dose response curves we're all very used to looking at. But,
so we do see this in some other compounds where the higher dose is less toxic than metal. This is not unique to this we see with other things.
And it happens with mercury as well. Like there's this lower dose where a lot of different effects happen. And then when you get a lot of mercury, it's just overt toxicity and death. But in the middle, where there's kind of like this orchestra of things happening cellularly. And so it seems like death would happen in different concentrations, but these compounds don't behave the way we've predicted, or at least I've predicted looking at the range finding results. And it's the same with the Cape Fear fish study. Nothing that we hypothesized to happen came to fruition, and it really just spoke to the need to having actually done it, because the compound that the health advisory, the consumption advisory is based on is not a Chemours compound. even though we sampled right outside the facility. So they're unpredictable in a lot of ways. And I'm glad they included these 5 in the consent order because they are all very different in all of these tests that we've seen.
And I know Jamie has her hand up, but just one follow-up. And do we think, could this just be, there wasn't a significant an N, or there was some, like, do we trust these results? Could it maybe just been there, again, weren't enough fish, or something about the study design or something, is it worth repeating since it's unexpected, or do we have pretty good faith in these results?
The results are very well documented. We approved the protocols, and certainly not the first draft of them that they sent. It was a long process. And so there are an appropriate number of animals per test. They had replicate doses. In some cases, there were 4 replicates of the same dose. Just in case something happened, they would still be able to conduct the rest of the dose response curve. And the plan is to make all of those reports publicly available, and they certainly are because they're in my email, but they've not been posted on our website yet. And so they followed the OECD guidelines for these tests. I don't think that it's the test itself that led anything weird to happen. I think it's that we know very little about these compounds. And so following these studies up, I think an investigator would stretch those doses where things did happen to see if there really is like just one dose where it's happening, or if it really is this kind of threshold. The dose response curve doesn't always look the same for every chemical. So.
Let's hear from Jamie, and then I'll ask a couple, and then we'll see if there's any furthers. Jamie?
Yeah, I think Dr. Nilsson described the U-shaped dose response curve, or inverted U-shaped dose response curve, very well. And I just wanted to add that these are not unusual. And as she mentioned, there are many complex physiological factors that can create dose response curves that are not clear sigmoidal shapes. Probably it has something to do with different interactions at the molecular level at the low dose that are then different from the higher doses that aren't necessarily occurring at those middle doses. So even though these are challenging to interpret, they are not unusual, especially with compounds that may have some endocrine disrupting capabilities. And I'm sure that there are many others who could probably explain better than Dr. Nilsson and I together what these types of dose response curves mean.
Yeah, Rich, the environmental toxicologist on the board, is going to be sad that he missed this. He'd have been geeked out on this. Well, he'll have to look at the presentations later. I do think the first bullet there is probably the best use of the data in terms of, people say, well, what's it mean for fish? What's it mean for the critters that live on the bottom? And so in that regard, a couple of things that might help with interpretation in future presentations is, what is a maximum environmental concentration that's ever been measured for these compounds, because some of these doses are really high. And that would let somebody immediately visually see, well, how far away is that effect dose from what's ever been measured in the environment, all on the same slide. And then a second thing is, if there were replicates at each of the doses, that means there's a variation there instead of a dot. So an error bar for all of those slides where all those dots are would be helpful, because that lets somebody say, well, I'm looking at a difference between 5% and 15%, but maybe that's within the cloud of uncertainty of normal test variation, and that information's available. It would make it a cluttered slide to add all that. So you might have to break it out individually, like once you presented the data this way on all 5 compounds, and then say, I want you to look at something in particular, though, about this compound, Nafian byproduct 2, in this test animal. The test variation at each of those would be helpful. And then an expected environmental concentration when you're only talking about one compound. And then right away, somebody gets 2 pieces of information. How do all of these doses relate to what's actually the environment? And how much should I care about a difference between 5% and 15%? Maybe they're the same.
That's a great suggestion.
Yeah.
I'll definitely do that.
Elena has her hand raised. And we're calling on you. So you have the floor, Elena. You're on mute, perhaps.
I think I got it that time.
You did. We can hear you. Thanks.
Yes. Yeah, the closed captioning box covers up part of the screen. Anyway, I had several suggestions building on what Tom had already mentioned about in terms of presentation of these results, especially from a tabular standpoint. There are a number of physicochemical properties that it would be useful to have to be able to see in terms of looking at environmental occurrence effect levels. But things like the log KOW, a lot of the basic phys chem properties that you can pull out of places like the Comtox Chemicals dashboard would be helpful. I mean, I have a whole wish list that I can send you, but I mean, I think and one of the other explanations for what can be going on with these compounds is that there is some evidence that some PFAS are riding transporters. Transporters can saturate. So that can also lead to alternate pathways and some other effects that can alter the pharmacokinetic properties of these chemicals. So that's something I'd like to see added if you could, or in future presentations.
Sure.
And let's see what else am I going to say. I think that's about it for now, but I would like to see some exploration of the phys chem properties and how they correlate or don't correlate with what you're measuring in the water column. And if you've got sediment measures, that too. The other thing that comes to mind is that there is a wealth of expertise at EPA in the mid-continent, what we used to call the Mid-Continent Ecology Division. I don't know what they're called now, but it's the Duluth lab.
Yeah.
And so I could find you a point of contact if you're interested in discussing your results or having some kind of additional input on interpretation of them. And the other thing I would say is that once you have complete sets of results, I would strongly urge you to publish them in the peer-reviewed literature. Particularly the mammalian studies. So that's it for me.
Thank you.
Thank you,
That's
Elena.
a good suggestion. I guess I don't know if I am the one that would be allowed to publish them, or if the study conductors at Charles River would be the owners of that. I'm not sure. But no, it's a point well made that the physiochemical properties of these compounds are significantly related to a lot of their physiological endpoints and pathways. When I wanted to present this, I tried to just make it as simple as possible. And the reports are 600 pages. And so there's a lot of information in there that I didn't include. But I'm happy to give another presentation about this with a lot more information in it, since there's interest.
Well, I think your main conclusions there, in terms of eco for these compounds unlikely to be the driver relative to human health. The data are going to be meaningful in terms of helping assure the public about what is or isn't happening to ecological health. And you've gotten some advice on future presentations. So really good summary. Any other comments? All right. Do you need a break before you take us home on the last agenda item?
No, I'm ready.
Also, Franny, who provides technical support primarily to the board, is an update on hexavalent chromium. And that's one that the board did a ton of work on when Sheila Holman was deputy secretary. And we were asked to weigh in on whether the literature supported a carcinogenic mode of action or non-carcinogenic mode of action, which has a big difference in the derivation of health protective values right at that point. And we made a recommendation a few years ago. Since that time, it looks like maybe the IRIS has a new update, which would have certainly more clout than the boards, but it looks like they came up with a similar conclusion years later.
They did.
So thanks for the update.
This is going to be a very short one. So this IRIS update was just released in August of this year. I think the day before our last meeting. And so here's the update. Just going to give you a little bit of background about this particular compound. Hexavalent chromium, I spelled that wrong, is chromium in the hexavalent oxidation state, the 6+ oxidation state. It's denoted as CR6. These compounds have a lot of industrial applications, pigment manufacturing, inhibiting corrosion, metal finishing. Because they're water soluble, they are very mobile in soil and have the potential to contaminate drinking water. There have been a number of cases of this across the world and throughout time. Movies have been made about it as well. This could be emitted into the air by these different industries that are using chromium-6. And there are various other sources like burning fossil fuels and things like that. There are a number of health impacts. Evidence indicates it is likely to cause GI tract, liver developmental, and lower respiratory toxicity in humans. It may cause male reproductive effects, immune effects, and hematological toxicity in humans. And so issues with hemoglobin and your blood cells. The evidence is currently inadequate, according to the IRIS update, to assess whether chromium-6 causes female reproductive toxicity in humans. There are organ and system-specific reference values derived for GI tract, liver, developmental endpoints, hematological endpoints, and nasal effects. Those are all individual reference doses. The overall chronic reference dose that the EPA has just released is 9 × 10⁻⁴. The bullet point below this is the last official IRIS update. And so the last final IRIS update is from 1998. In 2010, IRIS started to update this, and then they pulled back their public comment draft based on public comments and kind of went back to revise all of this. And so the new IRIS final document that was just released is the only final IRIS assessment that has been released since then. The reference dose that was in the 1998 document was an order of magnitude larger than it is now. So 10 to the -3 versus what is now 10 to the -4. The reference concentration is also much lower than it was, different units, but they updated that. And so if you convert the units, it is -1 more than it was. I left micro in there. The reference concentration is an inhalation concentration, and based on the deliberation the board had previously, it was more concerned with the oral toxicity, so a reference dose or the cancer effects. As far as the cancer impacts go, for cancer via the oral route of exposure, which would be drinking water, this is likely a carcinogen to the human GI tract. It's a mutagenic mode of action, and so carcinogenicity is sufficiently supported in lab animals, relevant to humans. And so this is criteria for the EPA using this linear low dose extrapolation, which is a very common protective model they use, and it follows their guidelines for carcinogenic risk assessment. That is referenced in many different IRIS documents, including 1,4-dioxane. The total lifetime exposure, so the oral slope factor or cancer slope factor, and this is written the way that Dr. Starr prefers, is 0.26 per mg/kg per day. This is a significant update because in 1998, there was no oral slope factor for cancer. It was not assessed. There was not enough information. And so I was not
at DEQ when the board went through this process, but I believe it was because there was no official value for an oral slope factor, even though there was a significant literature base accumulating suggesting such. As far as inhalation goes, the exposure response data were evaluated. They developed this inhalation cancer risk for human lung cancer. Again, this has updated from 1998 and is actually a little larger, but it's essentially the same order of magnitude. The digit is just changed a little. So not much has changed as far as inhalation exposure and what we understand with the mechanism causing lung cancer. Okay, so here's the history of hexavalent chromium, and please feel free to correct me if I'm not right. So the previous recommendation that the board gave in February of 2021, when it was finalized, was that this SAB recommends the state apply a linear, no threshold dose response extrapolation approach when estimating human cancer risk from groundwater and surface water exposure to hexavalent chromium. And that is the same modeling approach that the EPA has used in their IRIS assessment. As of 2021, when the recommendation was final, the board examined the method by which the chromium standard should be derived, but has not provided a value that would be appropriate for regulatory use. The only human epidemiological data that existed was inhalation data, and the relationship to a cancer outcome is clear for the route of exposure through inhalation. That route was not included in the SAB charge and was not assessed because the charge was to assess the oral cancer risk. And as of this recommendation, the EPA was still conducting their updated assessment, and at that time there was no end date in sight. It was just under update on the website. This is kind of related to the charge and some more background, but the SAB was charged with reviewing the current hexavalent chromium literature, the toxicological science relating to a linear or nonlinear response, and provide a recommendation regarding appropriate science to be used for the development of regulatory standards for groundwater and surface water that are protective of public health and the environment. In April of 2018, from what I found, was when DHHS asked the SAB to review the DHHS hexavalent chromium health goal and provide guidance about the cancer slope factor. The public comment draft of the final report was released in February of 2020, which was right before the pandemic. And then the report was finalized in February of 2021 when we were all still at home. The deliberation by the SAB detailed these two different approaches in extrapolating chromium-6 exposure from lab animals to humans, and so that's the linear no threshold or the non-linear approach. Cancerous outcomes are the linear no threshold approach. This requires calculation of the cancer slope factor, and is protective if the biochemical mechanism is unknown. And so this is the most protective approach if a cancer is associated with something, but the mechanism is not really well understood. For non-cancerous outcomes, a non-linear approach or reference dose is used. And so this is a threshold approach with a reference dose. The reference doses are based on a point of departure. And so a critical effect where the system starts to derail from normal. This approach is more accurate since it is based on biochemical mechanisms and specific chemical concentrations where effects are consistently observed, where the linear no threshold approach is protective when a lot of that is not well understood, but a cancer outcome is clear. Chromium-6 is known to cause cancer via inhalation and targets the respiratory system, kidneys, liver, skin, and eyes. At the time of the previous deliberation, there was limited evidence regarding specific biochemical mechanisms that lead to these cancerous effects, inhalation or otherwise. The studies examined by the board reported mixed findings for oral exposures. The mixed findings via non-inhalation exposures combined with the clear evidence in humans that chromium-6 inhalation exposures are carcinogenic provide enough evidence to suggest that a cancer-causing mechanism is potentially operative in hexavalent chromium exposures via drinking water. And so again, the SAB recommended that we use a linear, no threshold dose response extrapolation when estimating human cancer risks for chromium-6. So what are our next steps now? And right now, since this report was just released in August, our technical staff from the divisions of air quality, waste management, and water resources are all currently reviewing the updated IRIS tox assessment and the associated materials with it. Our divisions are discussing the potential effects this IRIS update and the associated values could have to our program requirements. After the technical staff review all of this and we have the appropriate meetings, we're happy to present a path forward when we have one. We just don't have a specific path right now. We're still learning about the changes to this report. That's all I have for this one. That's the end of it.
Great. Are there questions for Franny on the EPA IRIS report on hexavalent chromium or the board's previous work on the same compound? Yeah, the board's previous work resulted in a report, 30-page report, instead of just a couple one with lots of citations in 2021, and it did go through public review and comment. And it was a near consensus statement. It was certainly a majority of opinion. There was one person who saw it differently, and we documented that difference of scientific opinion in the summary. But the crux of the issue there was if you consider the oral route cancerous, then you use a nonlinear, you use a linear dose response at the low end of the range, and it comes up with a much lower value that would be deemed safe than if it was a non-carcinogenic means, and that was what the board decided, and it looks like what EPA has concluded a few years later with newer information as well. So good. Glad y'all have what you need to move forward. And the board has about a 3-year education on this topic for when it comes back.
Yeah. I didn't include it in here. I pulled the values back up. And so the oral slope factor that the EPA has published for this is 0.26, and the value that the board listed in their recommendation was 0.5. And so the order of magnitude has not changed. The value has just changed along the number line. But the value was quite close, which is really cool.
Well, thanks for the update. Any questions from the folks online? All right. Well, I checked the list earlier for folks who had signed in for the public comment section of the meeting, and there were none. I'll ask Stephen whether anybody has signed up online to speak. So hearing none, the public comment period is open and closed, I suppose, for today's meeting. Before I dismiss this, though, I'll cover my list of action items. This was a newsy meeting that has resulted in a lot of follow-ups. We plan to post the final agenda since it's changed in the final minutes. Detlef is to share the recent publication on PFAS in food items as requested by Dr. Kenyon with the rest of the board. Sushma and Franny are going to regroup with Detlef on his question related to exposure data and depending on the exposure data relative to different triggers that might be available, triggers for interventions for drinking water. We will share the fluoride webinar link as recommended by Dr. Tilson and Dr. Vandenberg with people. We will seek and share the reference to new fluoride studies as requested by Tom Starr, ones that were referenced, I think, in the webinar as like the latest information. We will jump into the 1,4-dioxane review with the existing charge to be refined perhaps through consultation with the EMC on is there any particular questions that they would want the board to dig deep on as opposed to a general review of scientific soundness. We'll also jump into the PFMOAA review with the existing charge to include any other PFMOAA papers that are available, like Jamie referenced. And we'll look into scheduling a working meeting on PFMOAA between now and the next regularly scheduled meeting so that we can proceed with analysis, maybe more expeditious timeframe together as opposed to round robin of opinion and bringing it back. Those were the action items I had. Did I miss anything that folks were hoping to have happen between now and the next meeting? And then I think then that would call us to closure. By my notes, if we stay on this meeting schedule, which seems to be working for people, the next meeting would be Wednesday, April 2nd here. But be on the lookout for perhaps an early in the year meeting on PFMOAA, and maybe we can dig into the 1.4 docs and report to have a discussion meeting as opposed to a decision meeting to help create the decision documents for the future. Thanks again to Franny for work on the agenda, to Stephen for the IT support for the webinar, and Paula for the logistics support. Thanks, everybody. Motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Detlef already sent the article, and then I